Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of the 2025 ITSF World Cup here in Zaragoza, Spain. We have 5 semi-final matches about to get underway here in the finals area. And let's introduce the teams. Starting on tables 9 and 10 in the semi-final of the women's national team event, please welcome Team France. Playing on the Bonzini table. And their opponents playing on the Leonhardt table. Please welcome Team Germany. Referee for the match, Yanni Correa. And on tables 7 and 8, the semifinal of men's senior. Please welcome the national team of the Netherlands. And their opponents in this match being played entirely on the Leonhardt table. Please welcome Team Germany. Referee for the match, Lauren Royer. And ladies and gentlemen, on tables 5 and 6, in a semi-final in the men's team event, let's introduce the players in a match being played entirely on the Bonzini table. Please welcome the national team of Luxembourg. And their opponents in this match, with the winner of this one advancing to the finals, please welcome Team France. Referee for the match, Franco Lubicella. And ladies and gentlemen, on tables 3 and 4 in the other semifinal in the women's team event, the match played on Leonhardt and Tornado. Let's introduce the teams. First, please welcome the national team of the United States of America. They'll be playing on the Tornado table. And their opponents in the match, the #1 seeds, please welcome Team Bulgaria. They'll be competing on the Leonhardt table. Referees for the match, Lucas Meyerhofer and Maria Potter. And finally, on tables 1 and 2, in a semifinal in the men's national team competition. In a match played on Tornado and Garlando, let's introduce the nations. First, please welcome the national team of Switzerland. They will be competing on the Garlando table. And playing on the Tornado table, please welcome the national team of the United States of America. Referees for the match, Wolfgang Breuer, and the timer, David Ganan. Good luck to all the players.
strike first here in this opening segment. Oftentimes, these kinds of matches come down to which team is better. These days, most nations have the opportunity to train on all 5 of the ITSF sanctioned tables. That's a very interesting statistic to chart. Gabriel trying to go to that long pull shot on Tornado. There are 5 semifinal matches taking place right now here in the finals area. We've got a couple of senior matches. We've got a couple of women's matches, actually 1 senior match. It's 1-1 here in this opening quarter. We'll play till 10. First of these 2 players to get till 10 will end the first quarter, the first segment. You get 2 timeouts per segment or element or quarter. You may refer to them as all of those things as the match goes on. I kind of like quarter, kind of like a basketball game where you have the 4 quarters. So far, both players holding on their home tables. Felder. That one down the middle, stolen away nicely by Gabriel. Kane fires that long pull shot home. It's 2-1 in favor of the Americans. Both players so far holding serve on their home tables. There are substitutions allowed, but only after the player has reached 5 goals in a particular quarter. In other words, after 5 have been scored by one of these 2 players, we could see a substitution. In the second quarter, would have to be 15 for one of the players for the substitution to take place. You do have to use a timeout to make the substitution. And you get 2 of those. And there's Felder up the table, off the man and in. Again, Orlando, such a good shooting table with that 2-run. And some very good shooters on this Swiss team. Salzgeber is the coach of the Swiss team. The captain, the manager. Captain and manager of the United States team is Robert Mares. Gabriel trying to come near side, is able to get that one through and in off a man, and the United States surges ahead, 3-2. First steal of the match as Gabriel able to score a goal on Garlando. So I guess Pascal Salzgeber is also Gaber is the captain and the manager, and rather the coach, and then Pascal Natter is the captain and manager. So a couple of Pascals leading the way for Switzerland. Still 3-2 early on. Again, it's a race to 40. So grab a cold drink, put your feet up, settle in for what many believe is the greatest day in the world of table soccer. We'll have these semifinals, and this afternoon we'll have the women's final for you, followed by the men's final to close things out today. Felder will set up a push shot here. And oftentimes on a table you're not maybe completely familiar with, you're going to set up something that you can just make sure you put shots on goal and that you have some options. And there's Gabriel. It's now 5-2. Nice pickup here. Gabriel's made a couple of beautiful grabs of loose balls, and again, that shows table familiarity. And Gabriel, formerly, 10 years ago or so, played for Team Canada at the World Cup. Since immigrated to the United States, and is a permanent resident there now. So it does look like that previous goal from Gabriel was removed for an infraction of some sort. And again, we are ways away from the table, about 20 meters away. Wolfgang Breuer, the official, warning Kane about something. Question from the United States bench. Still 4-2 here in this opening quarter. United States as the #1 seed after qualifying. Got a bye in the opening round. They then defeated Lithuania as Kane puts that one on goal. And then Canada in the quarters. Switzerland again with that big win over Germany in the quarterfinal round. That is a big win for them, no doubt about it. And I talked to Thomas Haas of Germany. He said the Swiss played maybe better than he'd ever seen them play before. And it's a good time to do that here at this event, for sure. And oftentimes that's what it comes down to, who wants it more. And official stopping play momentarily for a production issue, apparently. And Peter from goal. So that's the first time he has broken through. We now head over to the Galando table with the USA holding a 4-3 lead in this opening quarter. Switzerland defeated Chile in the opening round in the round of 16. They beat them 40-18. And then a tight one over Italy in that last of 16 round. Well, the round of 32 was the win over Chile. Now 4-2. Another 4-3. And that push kick from goal. Right. Update that score. As we return to the tornado table. And firing this one home is Felder. Watch this as he sets up the push shot, gets it out there. Nicely done. All right, score being updated to 5-5. That's 2 on tornado table for Felder, and that's big. And again, we talked about this yesterday. Kind of the formula is to hold both balls on your table and steal one on the opponent's table. Now, that's not going to happen, but something along those lines. Maybe get 60% on your table, 40% on the other, or 61 and 41%. And there's Gabriel ripping home a pull shot to give the USA the lead once again at 6-5. Remember, it's the first player in this case to get to 10 goals to complete a quarter. Back on his home table, Peter Felder finds the hole. 6-6. Certainly one of the things that all the World Cup players hope to do entering an event like this is to train on the other tables. And they have that opportunity these days in most places, including the United States. There are several quote-unquote training centers. But training on a table and then competing in a big event or playing on the table in live action are two different things. Oftentimes you can work on your shots, work on your passes, play some pickup games, but it's not quite the same as playing under these conditions on that table against the best players on that table in the world. Felder trying to come near side, the switch in the block by Gabriel. Even at 6 or in this opening quarter, it's been a tight one so far. But Gabriel from goal steals one on Garlando. It's 7-6. Back to Tornado. And as you see, there are no delays between balls. It is basically one game. You, of course, have the 2 timeouts to use. But you immediately head over to the other table for that next ball. It's as if you're playing on the same table. Nice pick up here by Felder. And he will call time out. You know, the Swiss are very happy to have won that match last night in the quarterfinals. They feel good about their Final Four appearance here, especially since they basically have exceeded their seed, 5th seed. But they want more. This is a team of veteran players, of talented players, especially on the Garlando table. And they really do feel like they can win this title, and maybe they can. But first they've got to get through the 6-time World Cup champions United States national team. There were some expectations that Billy Pappas would be part of the U.S. team. He is not here this week. But the United States still with a very strong contingency of players, led by names like Tony Sprademan and Ryan Moore, Tommy Yor, all of whom we will see in this match. This first one is Kane Gabriel versus Peter Felder. Next will be the doubles competition. And in the United States, their 2 doubles teams are 2 of the top 3 in the world. Now we're going to get a call here, maybe a distraction. Gabriel with kind of a reaction after the shot, perhaps. I'm trying to read the situation, and this one's going to be awarded to Felder. Somewhat of a curious call. And we're going to talk to the captain about that. What happened is what Robert's asking. And he kind of made a motion. You know, it can be an issue sometimes. The official's primary job is to stay out of the way. And they're calling him for hopping back to the other rods. And I'm not sure that's an actual call you can make. And that's what Rob's saying. They're going to be moving back and forth in singles. That's what singles is about. And really at this stage, unless the distraction is blatant, unless it's perhaps intentional, I think it's probably a good idea to not make distraction calls under these circumstances. There are players screaming in the arena. There's lots of energy in the arena. Now, these players are so focused that I don't believe that they're being distracted, although it does appear that Peter is agreeing with his call. And what may be a distraction oftentimes in Europe would not be one in the United States, and maybe vice versa. But that's all part of a multi-table event with multi-table referees. And I think we have come to a compromise with the ball being now awarded to the 5-row. And I think more often than not, if there is going to be a call made, unless it is blatantly obvious that a player would have caught the ball except for an infraction from the opponent, that's a good thing to do, kind of a compromise. But still, put the distraction calls in your pocket, referee, unless they are blatant, unless they are obvious, and maybe unless they are intentional. Gabriel fires that one down the middle. It is 7-6 in favor of the United States here in this opening quarter. Remember, it's 4 segments of 10 goals, basically 10 goals scored by one player. So it could be 19 goals conceivably if it goes to 10-9. Final day of action here from beautiful Zaragoza, Spain. Gabriel with a pickup, looking to extend his team's lead to 2 goals from pull shot position. He's been really good shooting the ball so far, and that continues here. Kane Gabriel tucking it behind the defense. And a strong opening segment performance from Gabriel. Makes the steal here. And as good as the Americans are on the tornado table, and you have multiple national champions, tornado champions on the American team, that's how good I think the Swiss they have to be on Garlando. They have to be equal on Garlando to the Americans on tornado, and then hope to kind of pull one out if they're going to have a chance. That long pull shot blocked by Felder nicely. The problem for Switzerland is you have players like Tony Sprademan, Tommy Orr, Ryan Moore, all of whom are outstanding multi-table players and very good on the Garlando table as well. So this makes this a big offensive possession for Peter Felder, who will set up a snake shot and fire it home. That is a big shot from Felder. It's now 8-7 as we move back over to Garlando. Felder coming up big on that last possession. Gabriel answers to make it 9-7, so it's just one more goal and we'll end this opening quarter. Again, it's total score that really matters. So 9-7 the score now. Felder on his home table hoping to get one of these, get this one, in order to cut that lead to 1 to make it 9-8. Winner of this match would face either Team France or Team Luxembourg. USA and France, the 2 top seeds. Luxembourg, number 11. And yet they're in the semifinals. Switzerland at number 5 after the qualification rounds. And there is Felder with a pull kick from goal. It's 9-8. Watch this as he brings it over and tucks it into that near corner. Big shot from Felder. Continues to respond under pressure. It's now 9-8. Back to tornado we come. A chance for Gabriel to close out this opening quarter as he sets up the pull shot. And strokes it home. Kane Gabriel leads the American team to a first quarter win of sorts, a first quarter lead. It's 10-8 in favor of Team USA after the opening quarter. So next up, we're going to get a chance to look at the team that finished third this week in men's doubles, in Tommy Orr and Brandon Moreland, going up against a very strong Swiss team in Stefan Schob and Sylvain Suber. You look at this American lineup, and especially, I mean, Gabriel gets them off to a good start at 10-8, but then you follow that up with the team that took third in men's doubles. And then in singles, they follow that up with a man who is a multi-table champion in both singles and doubles. And then close it out with the two-time multi-table champions, the team that won here this week, in Tony Spredeman and Robert Mares. That is a tough lineup to overcome no matter what. And not just because of their strengths on the tornado table, which are immense, but also because of their abilities on as multi-table players. So it's going to be Tommy Yor, Brandon Moreland versus Stefan Schob and Sylvain Suber, followed by Ryan Moore versus Martin Felder. And then again, closing it out with Tony and Rob versus Pascal Salzgeber and Thomas Ziegler. Jim Stevens, happy to be here to bring you all the excitement of the 2025 Copa del Mundo here in Zaragoza. What a great week of table soccer it has been. If you have never been to this event, make plans to be at the next one, which I believe will be in 3 years. And looking at some of the statistics, when the United States served, they were 8 of 9. Seven of 9 when Switzerland served. So the teams, when it's their ball, when they put it into play, are scoring at a very high percentage. Now you see the lineups. You saw Felder versus Gabriel, Suber and Schob versus Yor and Moreland coming up here shortly. Felder versus Moore in that third quarter, and then Salzgeber and Ziegler against Spredeman and Mares. The first team to get to 40 goals advancing to the World Cup final. Again, whether you're watching live, whether you're watching a recording, I hope you're enjoying the show so far. And if you are watching live, you can send me a message on Facebook if you'd like, and I can give you a shout out, or if you have any questions or anything else, I will monitor that Facebook Messenger as we get the second game underway. Schob in the forward position. It's Zuber back at goal. Nice save there by Moreland. Brandon will put the ball back into play. 10-8 lead for the United States after the opening quarter. Generally, Brandon Moreland, although a very good shooter back here, is strategically just trying to get the ball to his partner. Give him a chance on the 5, give him a chance on the 3, and then if needed, he'll become more aggressive offensively. But when you've got a weapon like Tommy Yor in that forward position, especially on the tornado table where he is as good as anyone, you want to get him possessions. You want to get him opportunities. But a steal here by Schob. Stefan will set up the snake shot. He's got a good one. And fires that one home near side. It's 1-0 here in this second quarter. Now 10-9 overall as we move back over to the Garlando team. And Tommy has had the opportunity to train on all the different tables. Of course, a very experienced multi-table player. Tommy's been playing since he was on the American junior team. Another great snake shooter. Trying to come near side, Suber with a switch on the block nicely. Sylvain sends that one up the table and in. And we're tied at 10. Again, we talked about it in that first segment. Oh, a break here for the Americans as that pass off a man and then in. And we talked about the fact that The Swiss really do need to be equally strong on their home table as the Americans are on their home tornado table. It is 11-10 in favor of the Americans as we get this second quarter underway. Back on the tornado table. Try to come back down the middle. That bouncing ball, Yor had a chance at it, couldn't pick it up. Schob does, try to take it out to the far side. You saw that reverse post-up defense by Moreland, making the block and taking the ball away. Brandon again will look to pass, look to clear, try to bring it near side with a pass. Does clear the zone where it comes back to Silvan Zuber. Try to bring that one down the middle, gets it to his partner Schob. Try to bring it back to that far side. That's a nice block by Moreland, who did not go for the fake. Schob looks for another possession. His five's been very good so far. He's getting possessions. Chance here to even it at 11 for Switzerland's Stefan Schob. And he does, as he finds that far side of the goal. Again, he waited nicely, showing great patience, and then drilled it to the corner. Back comes Yor along that outside wall. Well, we're tied at 11. Tommy fires that one back down the middle. Looked like Zuber was there on this, but somehow Tommy snuck it through. Back on the Garlando with the Americans leading 12-11. Nice save there by Moreland. A shout out to Mr. Fred Gower, the world traveler from Egypt. Nice to hear from you, Fred. Stay away from those Nile crocodiles. Nice block there by Zuber. Another chance here for Yor. Tommy. Silvan's been very good defensively so far. Moreland coming back with a push shot as he brought it over, tapped it, and drilled it. 13-11 lead for the USA. Able to keep that one out. So much of being a good goalie is keeping out those loose balls, keeping out the slop, as they call it. All that in-between stuff, and the Americans get two on Garlando thanks to this effort from Tommy Yor. United States now up 14-11. Big possession here for Schob, who converts. Stefan has been very good on the tornado table so far. He's had to be, because the Americans have also been successful on Garlando. Taken away here by Yor. Tommy will pass on that far side. Lane, wall, bounce, high lane, timeout. A shout out to Judy Schobert, watching, I believe, in Ohio, if she's there, if she's not in Egypt or some other exotic place like our good friend Fred Gower. Team Tulsa, Tony Owens and Reed Rector are up at 4 a.m. watching in the United States. Hey, guys. U.S. leading 14-12. Tommy will put it back into play after passing it through. He'll set it up and stroke it back down the middle. 15-12 now in favor of the USA. Won the opening segment 10-8, or led after the opening segment 10-8. It's 5-4 so far here in this second quarter. Show. Regrips. Takes a look. Trying to come back down the middle, blocked by Moreland. That one back towards Zuber. Sylvan now will look to be offensive. Front pin position and goal. Brings that one down the middle, just wide. Back comes Moreland with a 2-row. 16-12 in favor of the USA. And again, they have been very good on the Garlando table here in this second quarter. Able to bring it through the lane. This is another big possession. They look to try to stay close to the USA. Trying to cut the lead to 4 here. Stefan Schopp tried to bring it out to that far side, blocked by Moreland. Rebound picked up by Yor. Tommy tried to drill that left hook down the middle. Does go through the high lane here. Yor against Zuber. Tommy finds that short side of the goal, gave you the fake, and then hit it straight. 18-12. Great second quarter performance from the team of Yor and Moreland. Outscored the Swiss 8-4 here in this second element. Looking to increase on that. But there's Zuber to make the block, couldn't contain it. It comes back to Tommy, getting a second chance to pull ahead by 7 goals. Tommy flips, fakes. Sylvan able to take it away. Shot down the middle. It's Moreland, who has been very good offensively back here. Only shot it a couple of times, but I feel like each time he shoots it, he scores it. Probably still trying to get Tommy a possession. We have a stoppage in play. Officials having a conversation. And I believe we have a technical foul. Not sure if it was something that was said. Multiple warnings. We'll get clarification later. You can see Sylvan Zuber not happy about it. Apparently, based on that reaction, it's a second jar warning. And maybe we're getting a timeout here, or a different player is going to defend. Let's see. No, it will be Sylvan. As Tommy Yor will get a technical shot here. I think it was probably multiple jar warnings. A lot of times that comes from unfamiliarity with the table. But of course, the energy of this situation also can contribute to that. Tommy taking some time here. And then shot fires it home near side. It's 19-12. Sylvan Zuber not happy about the call. Turning to Garlando, where you have to think the Swiss need both of these. They have been outscored here 9-4 in the second quarter. Show. There's Moreland. And again, by this time of the week, all of these players have played on all the different tables multiple times because of the other competitions, singles, doubles, mixed, whatever. And there's Shope with a big effort here as he finds that hole right down the middle. Tommy will step away and call timeout. It's now 19-13 in favor of the USA. There's Ryan Moore. He's ready to play. Wraps in hand. He'll be up next. Tommy Orr will put the ball back into play on the 5. You're on the Garlando. Sends that one towards the goal with a shot attempt, kept out by Sylvain Zuber. Got grab here by Moreland. 6-goal lead for the Americans. 9-5 so far here in this second quarter. And there's Moreland again from goal. United States leading 20-13 after the second round. 10-8 in the first quarter, 10-5 in the second quarter. For an overall score of 20-13. Brandon Moreland has scored at least 3, maybe 4 in the match, and he really hasn't shot that often. Of course, you always have that offensive weapon, Tommy Orr in that forward position. There was the technical shot as he beat Subert to that corner. Show finds the hole down the middle. But Brandon closes it with that one. Again, Brandon Moreland knows this, that the Garlando table is a very good table for 2-rod shooting. Mentioned the aforementioned Billy Pappas, who won the Garlando World Championship one year in singles. And it felt like he was averaging 3 goals per game from his 2. Of course, Billy, one of the great goalie shooters I think the sport has ever seen on just about every table. But it is a great shooting table, and Brandon Moreland capitalizing on that so far here in this match. All right, we're going to move to singles. It's going to be Martin Felder versus Ryan Moore. See down there in the finals area that Marcel Blaus has been kind of warming up a little bit, so there is the possibility we may see a substitution. And again, you cannot substitute until after 5 goals have been scored by 1 player in a quarter. Here you see the score, 20-13 in favor of the USA so far, with that 10-8 opening quarter followed up with a 10-5 second quarter. Here we go. Third quarter underway, starting off with this first ball on the tornado table. This is Martin Felder. Trying to come back down the middle, blocked and taken away by Ryan Moore. Now, Ryan, of course, legendary on the tornado table, multiple world titles. Great shooter from back here. As good a shooter on the tornado table, I think, as we've ever seen. Grade 5, grade 3. A powerhouse of a player, a former multi-table world champion about 15 years ago now, which is remarkable. Won doubles 6 years ago and playing just the goalie position. Talk about multi-table players. Not only does Ryan have those multi-table championships, but also a world champion on Roberto Sport. In fact, he tripled on Roberto Sport. I want to say 2012 was the year in Poland. Every possession vital for the Swiss now. And there's Ryan switching and making the block. When it comes to snake shot defenders, there may not be a better one than Ryan Moore. And of course, offensively, we know what he can do. He's going to pick up a couple from goal, you would have to think, during the course of this third quarter. Ryan will have a chance here to strike first in this third quarter. As he aggressively walks the ball and fires it home. It's 21-13. Felder again. Ryan giving up nothing. Of course, because we finished with 2 goals or 2 balls on Garlando, we open up with 2 here on Tornado to open up the fourth quarter, or rather third quarter. Ryan staying aggressive offensively. This executes there, picked up, sent on goal by Martin. Ryan really wants that bank. But instead he comes across with that long, deep pull kick. Watch this, all the way to that near goal line, into the corner. 22-13. Here's Felder. Needs to hold on his table. Needs both of these. He gets one here. He goes deep to that near corner. 22-14. A couple of passes, a couple of blocks from Felder. And a steal by Martin. Rushed through nicely. Felder will set it up, looking to get both of the goals on Garlando. And he does. He waited nicely and then hit that corner. 22-15. Back to Tornado we come. Ryan losing it back to his goal area. Not sure that's an advantage for Felder, or Ryan's ability to shoot from here. Well, had some difficulty so far in execution, except for that big pull kick he hit to close out the last Tornado segment. And the steal almost here, sent up and back, and then Ryan jumps into the forward position to grab the rebound. Setting up the snake shot, Ryan Moore. Shot attempt blocked by Felder, back the other way. Ryan able to pick it up with a left hand. Now we'll step back into offensive posture. That one blocked back into the goal by Felder. Ryan tried to go with a push kick. Felder said no. 22-16, down by 6 now. So far, Felder has outscored him 3-2 in this third quarter, and that's what the Swiss need at this point. They cannot afford to fall too far behind. And a chance to get both of them for Felder. And he does. Martin Felder with 4 in a row. He got both on Garlando. He gets both on Tornado, and Ryan Moore will call time out. It's 22-17 here in the third quarter after a big performance from Martin Felder. He has outscored Ryan 4-2 so far. As you see the 2 opening quarters, 10-8 and 10-5 in favor of the Americans. Just a great shooting from Moreland, and then Ryan came out hot early. It's been Martin Felder these last few balls. He has scored the last 4. The ball's going to roll to a stop. I think that's something you probably see more on a Garlando table than any other, the dead ball in the goal area. All right, Ryan will look to shoot here. But taken away by Martin, who loses the ball. Uncharacteristic loss of ball control there, and that pass into the goal. Big turnaround there as you saw Felder lose the ball back to Ryan, who got a break on that pass that turned into a score. 23-17. Americans up by 6 here in the third quarter. Of course, when you have the ability to put a team like Tony Spredeman and Robert Mares as your anchor team, your fourth quarter team, that's pretty strong for the United States. 23-17 lead for Team USA. Martin looking at that short corner. Now brings it across with a push shot. Ryan couldn't grab it on the 3 rod. And almost stolen away. Eventually it is grabbed on the 3 by Moore. Shoot a snake shot. Moore. Near side taken away by Martin. It's USA versus Switzerland. It's a semifinal. 2025 World Cup. Okay. 23-18, now down by just 5. 5-3 for Felder so far, but Ryan back on his home table. Aggressively passing it, aggressively walking it. And then stroking it home near side. Well, Ryan, when he walks it like this, is tough to stop. He hits those deep corners, he can come back down the middle. This time the near corner was successful for him and makes the steal here on the 5. Looks like Ryan's energy has picked up just a little bit. That went back into the goal, so some hustling defense by Martin Felder results in a key goal for Switzerland. Ryan able to brush this one through. Quick shot back the other way. Ryan gets the left hand back there to keep it out. Now we'll step back offensively. A good performance in this third quarter from Switzerland's Martin Felder, who makes the steal here. 24-19 lead for Team USA as Martin rocks. Trying to take it out to the far side, blocked by Moore. Sent on goal with a 5 by Felder. It's Ryan Moore again with possession at goal. up the table and in. A finesse shot angled in gently by Ryan. 25-19. That's a big goal for the USA. Switzerland hoping to get back into it and maybe pull within 4. Instead, the lead now 6. Felder puts that one on goal with a push shot. Rebound grab with the right hand on the 5 by Ryan Moore. He moves into the forward position and looks to advance it 5-3. And he does. Setting up the snake shot. Moore. Strokes that one home near side. It looked like the defender was there, but Ryan went just between those Garlando men. Now 26-19 in favor of the Americans. Six to 6 now here in this third quarter. Ryan will pick up that rebound off the back wall. And the left hook from Moore. He danced with it, and he hit that far corner with the left hand. Felder with an important possession here. He looks to pull Switzerland back within 7, and he does. With a snake shot to the far corner. Back to Garlando we go. Switzerland would love to get both of these if they can. Ryan will have the first opportunity in this 2-ball segment on Garlando. And he finds the hole again. Again, I think it's that same hole. It looks like Felder may be overreacting a little bit to the corner and Ryan cutting it in between. 28-20. Remember, it's a race to 40. To give you some perspective, the Americans now 70% to 40. The Swiss just 50% of the way there. Ryan looking to claim both of them on the Garlando table in this segment, but the block made by Felder. And now we're in that situation that we talked about yesterday with those 2 matches that we covered where the one team got ahead of the other by quite a bit. You really have to get everyone on your home table and then pick up at least 33% of the balls on the opponent's home table. Ideally, 1 of every 2 if you can. But you've got to hold serve on your home table in this situation. Right up the table and jumps into the forward position. Oh, are they going to call that one off? No call. Oh, wait a minute. Wow. There should not be a call on this play, folks. That looked like just a good play, and Ryan is beside himself. He cannot even imagine that a call could be made here like that. As that ball hit off the back wall, you see Tony over there, who now lives in Europe, communicating with the official, Wolfgang Breuer. And now I think Breuer is going to demonstrate what happened. All right, let's see. So here's the shot. Wow.
It wasn't even that hard.
It's not about the hardness.
It is.
No? And how is that a thing? You know, it's on the same right shot behind.
It's the referee's job to stay out of the way. You'd be as invisible as you possibly can be, and then if there is a call to be made, an obvious call, you make it. Ryan shaking, if he even did shake that left-handed rod as part of his release. really did not affect the opponent negatively at all. You wouldn't think. You see Tom Yor, who is the head referee of the world, or formerly the head referee, is going to get involved in the conversation. But again, it's maybe you can read between the lines here a little bit. What I feel a referee's job is in any sport. We're not just talking about table soccer here, but a referee should not become part of the game unless necessary, and we have seen it a few times here this week. It seems as though the referee wants to make calls for the sake of making calls. And I'm not going to make that judgment necessarily here, but it seems to be a trend. All right, we're going to see what happens. Tom has pulled up the rules on his phone. He wants to review them with the timer, David Gana. Wolfgang Breuer has gone across the arena to talk to Maxime Blum, also a top referee. And, you know, I would love to see the replay if we have it. I would love to see whether Ryan actually did that on his release. If possible, if you guys can hear me in the control center, if you could possibly show us that replay. Yeah, let's look at it again. Here's Ryan moving both men back and forth, which I'm not sure is illegal. So he did actually do it. Thank you, guys. That was great. He did actually move both rods. It's sort of a fake. But is that illegal? Is that a distraction when it's behind the ball? I guess we'll find out. So potentially, if it is illegal to do that in this situation, then that was a very good call by Breuer. Conversation goes on. You see Tom still speaking with David Gana, looking for clarification on whether that is an illegal play. Not sure we've really ever acknowledged that kind of thing. In the United States, we wouldn't think twice about that. Ryan loves to do things like that. But if it's in the rules, if it says you cannot move that goalie rod behind the ball like that, then I'm going to change and give Breuer some credit for seeing that. But I don't change my mind about the referees kind of staying in the background, staying invisible as much as they can. All right. And, you know, Tom Yor, a member of the United States team, but also a very fair individual. He is not going to have any bias towards America on this. It is just simply whether it's legal or not legal. Maybe we've come to a conclusion. We're just waiting for referee Wolfgang Breuer to come back to the main finals area.
When there's actual possession on a rod, you get behind that rod back in possession. Both rods are one possession.
All right, I think we do have a conclusion down there with Tom Yor, the former head official of the ITSF, and still involved on the rules committee, I believe. Not the head official here this weekend. Franco Lupacella. We have lost our referee, who may be reviewing the rules somewhere else with a different official. Great match over in tables 3 and 4, the United States versus Bulgaria, in a semifinal in women's. I have to presume that Wolfgang is reviewing the rule, maybe looking at the replay in another part of the arena. Just waiting for him to return. And we presume it will be with a call. Interesting, though, to see the replay, to see what actually happened there. And now it's just whether or not that is illegal. It's like 27-22 in favor of Bulgaria. Two women's semifinals that are taking place here in the finals area, both pretty close, 28-23 in favor of Bulgaria over the USA, 30-29 France over Germany. Also check in on the other men's semifinal. Where it is 30-28, Luxembourg, the 11th seed, leading France in a match played entirely on Bonzini. That's after 3 quarters, of course. And usually Luxembourg will close that final round, perhaps with Yannick Correa, but I'm sorry, Steve Diaz and Fabio Ferreira. Yannick Correa, of course, now playing for Portugal. Still waiting on the official. I just want to make sure that it's legal or not legal. I know the Swiss, from their body language and their chatter down there, looks like they think it's probably illegal. Tom Yor of America speaking with Marcel Glaus, both top officials. But quite a lengthy break and play here of at least 10 minutes to decide this. And of course, every play is so important in a match like this. You want to make sure you get it right. But that replay really did show that Ryan, with that left hand going back and forth. And now it's just a matter of whether that would be viewed as being illegal. All right, here comes Wolfgang Breuer with a computer in hand with the rules pulled up. And he looks confident that his call was correct, and it could have been. It might have been. So see them discussing it here and here. One of them in German, perhaps, one of them in English. But that's really, this is basically the Olympics of table soccer here, with so many different languages, with English being mostly the common language that players will use to communicate. Americans tightening it up against the Bulgarians. Looks like it's now 28-25. Let me have a look at that. Looks like 28-25. That's after late in the third quarter. So Bulgaria is still on top, of the Americans coming back, and meanwhile here it is 28-20 as the officials continue to discuss. And it may be, again, it may be a judgment call. When you see that, did it affect play? Did it distract the opponent? Or is it simply not allowed? Or is it allowed? Those are the questions I think they're dealing with. And the final decision is going to come down to that man right there, Wolfgang Breuer, as he and Tom York continue to discuss it. And it looks like Wolfgang is confident with his decision. All right, I think we need to make a call. I think it's been long enough to make a call. Let's move on with it, whatever it might be. After three quarters, Bulgaria leading the USA 30-25 in that women's semifinal. And it's 31-31 early in the fourth quarter of Germany versus France. Those two winners of those two matches will face each other in the final. All right, I think it's time for Wolfgang to make the call and for Tom maybe to head back to the bench. I think a lot of it now is philosophy of rules, which these two gentlemen, if you're an official, you love talking about this stuff. David Ganin looking over the shoulder, and we're going to go get some more clarification from someone else apparently. All right, still could be a while, folks. But I believe you can also switch over to the other stream to watch that women's semifinal, either a women's semifinal or the other men's semifinal, and we'll update you on that one as well. Luxembourg surging ahead of France, 32-29. Early in the fourth quarter. Now 32-30 over there in a very, very tight match. Again, that's being played entirely on the Bonzini table. And you would not see France lose a match played entirely on Bonzini very often. But Luxembourg also really good on that table, obviously. And both teams former World Cup winners. There have been 11 previous ITSF World Cups. United States men's team has won 6 of those. France, Luxembourg each with 1. Belgium won 1 with Frédéric Collignon. And Austria has won 2, including last year, or last World Cup back in 2022. As we look at some highlights from the match so far, referees and Tom Yor have left the arena again. France has come back to make it 32-31. That women's match is being held just to the right of this center zone in the finals area where you're watching this match. 30-25 lead for Bulgaria, and they're starting off over there on the tornado table. still a long break to decide if Ryan Moore's slam dunk on the rebound will be good or not. I'm sure we'll have a decision soon. All right, I do see Wolfgang Breuer taking a seat across the arena. Officials are speaking with Farid Lounas, Maxime Blanc.
David Zeman, please come to the podium.
And now we're calling for Dave Zeman, the man who I think restructured the rules a little bit. So we are getting everybody involved with this one. All right, let's see if they're going to show the play. It'll be the last replay that we see here. And you'll see what we're talking about if you're just joining us, and you may be, because it's been about 20, 25 minutes since it happened. No, not going to show it.
David Zeman, please. David Zeman.
Oh, I do see Dave Zeman now down there speaking with the officials. And, you know, it could be that this particular situation has not been specifically addressed in the rules. In other words, how often do you see something like this happen? I mean, there are rules about moving a rod behind the ball. However, does the ball have to be set up? I think if the ball is set up and you move behind the ball, certainly that could be construed as a distraction. But if the ball is moving, as it was here, the ball was moving. There was no set-up shot by Ryan. The officials, Wolfgang Breuer, David Zeman, Maxime Blanc, David Gana, Tom Yor, all discussing it. We are in that third quarter there, the Martin Felder versus Ryan Moore segment, where Ryan is up 8-7 in the third quarter. It's now 32-28 in favor of Bulgaria, 34-32 in favor of Luxembourg in that men's semifinal. And yes, they are still over to the left of us discussing it. Of course, Dave Zeman has just been brought in. You know, and that's the one thing, and you hear this in all the sports, right? It's, should there be replay, should there not? Well, I think there should be, and there is now, in just about every sport in the world has some form of replay. But the key with that is always, let's not interfere with the flow of the game, right? You want that game to continue. You want the pace of it to continue. If one team has momentum, this kind of break potentially can slow that momentum down. But really, let's make a call and move on. And in this case, perhaps the judgment of the official must be listened to, and he makes a call and we can continue. Really tightening up in that semifinal, the Bulgaria and USA. And that women's semifinal is now 33-31 in favor of Bulgaria. And they're on the tornado table over there.
It's illegal for me to practice. For you, but me and him, I don't think we can practice.
The head official of this event, Franco Lupacella, is not involved in this conversation because he is over in Zone 2 officiating France versus Luxembourg. I think it really has gotten to the point, though, where a call needs to be made. And at this stage, I'm not sure the Americans would mind if the call went against them. They just want to keep playing, want to continue to stay warm. Team Switzerland, of course, hopes very much that this call is made because they're behind in the match and they need to find some momentum of their own in order to stage a potential comeback. Conversation goes on in English, in French, in British, and in American. But language oftentimes can be a barrier here at this event, and it's part of what makes this event great. Certainly the different cultures, different languages, all the different countries, but sometimes communication can be challenging. Matis Borg, thank you for your perspective. ITSF Rule 20, the distraction, any movement or sound made away or behind the rod. And yes, and we do understand that. But I'm wondering if that is, it may be judged as your distraction. You're right. And Breuer may have made the right call here. And I think we just need to leave it up to him. I guess maybe the question is whether the ball was set up, if that makes a difference. Because that certainly, as we said, would be cause for a distraction call, movement behind the rod. But so I'm kind of wondering exactly what the issue is. Could it be that the ball was moving? I don't know. We have the best referee brains in the world talking about it right now, still talking about it right now. Update you on some scores. It's now 35-31. Bulgaria over the USA in one women's semifinal. In the other, it is 37-37 between Germany and France. Remember, it's win by 2. And it's now 36-36 in the Luxembourg versus France semifinal. That one looks like it could go into overtime as well. Again, it is win by 2 with no ceiling. These matches potentially could go forever, and Luxembourg has just surged back ahead. And that final quarter, it's Steve Diaz and Bruno Gonçalves, that's who that is, going up against Miguel dos Santos Lote, it looks like, and Sebastian Meques. As we still continue to have a conversation about the rules, with other referees now joining. Tony Spredeman is over there trying to get an answer, trying to maybe just say, let's play. And now Farid Lunas, looks like he is going to maybe say, let's play, make a call, and let's play. And it looks like it's breaking up. It does look like that there was a disagreement between Wolfgang Brauer, a friendly disagreement, but between Wolfgang and Dave Zeman. The guys in the production booth, can we show that play one more time? We've been sitting here for a while. Here it is. Watch this. The wiggle on both rods, sent up the table, and then Ryan jumps up there and slams it in. And you can see the left hand behind the ball indeed is moving the rod as he shoots it. Now, what could the disagreement possibly be? And again, if that ball is set up and you do that, of course, that is a distraction. But maybe the referees are talking about the fact that it was moving. But I don't know. I see still a number of referees over there deciding. All right, and now Farid. It's getting a little heated over there as well. It's perhaps Maxime Blanc, Wolfgang Brauer are now stepping aside to speak about it themselves. David Ganan, the timer, now heading back into the finals area. You'll see him appear from the left, right there. Dave Zeman has left the scrum, and it looks like Breuer. Here comes Wolfgang Breuer running back over. Okay, so let's see what the call is. The two team captains. All right. Wolfgang. The score is 28-20. And Ryan wants to get some input as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Luxembourg has defeated Team France. And the other semifinal, Luxembourg is in the World Cup final, the number 11 seeds, making it all the way to the final. They will face the winner of this one. It's 35-33 in favor of Bulgaria. In that one women's semifinal, they're on the tornado table with Hannah Smith, Anna Buffkin, and Sullivan Rue competing for the United States. All right, we're going to continue play. The score is 28-20, so apparently it was allowed. If the guys in the booth, if the score did go to 28. But either way, we are resuming at 28-20. And sent towards the goal. And again, I could not hear up here. 28-21 now. Okay, they did take the goal away then. All right, I see it now. They took the goal away. I believe it's 27-21 then. So Ryan's goal was not allowed. They did make the call. The movement behind the ball, even if it was rolling. And I'll find out. We'll find out before the next match exactly why it took so long, I guess, really, is what it comes down to. 27-21, and now Robert Mares walking up to make sure the score is changed and it's correct. And let's see. Right now we're going to have a talk about the score. 27-21 is what I have it at. Would not be the first time I have been wrong. And right now, with all that is going on, I am not sure of anything. So they took the goal away, it appears, from Ryan for the movement behind the ball.
Yes, Yasmin, please. Yasmin, can you come to the tournament desk? Yasmin, please.
And then Martin Felder was able to score one on Rolando. And you see Breuer and Gannon over talking to the American team, trying to explain things, trying to make sure things get right. You see Ryan Moore raising his hands, wondering what's going on. Something to do with the score. Boy, it's a little confusing, and I do wish I had a little more access to what is happening down there. And maybe I should just commentate from right next to the table. As soon as this match is over, I'll go down with the microphone and maybe have a talk with Tom Yor. I'm not sure who is responsible for the score down there. Perhaps the officials. I don't see them with a tablet, but someone is keeping score. Maybe we'll take a walk and kind of go figure out what's going on. I'm seated in the upper deck here, and I'm going to go ahead and walk down the stairs and see if we can figure out what's happening.
Maxime Blin, peux-tu venir à la table de marque, s'il te plaît?
Brandon Moreland.
Yes, they made the call. He basically was like moving his goalie man behind the ball in the two-bar and took a shot and it went in or something like that. Yeah, and so they were calling for distraction. But then the rules are a little bit vague on that. They consider the goalie man the same player, one player figure. And so they're saying technically you can't be behind the ball if it's one player.
Interesting.
It was a distraction behind the ball.
They did. And so the score is 28-21. We've decided on that. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. All right. Heading back up. So we have got the score right now at 28-21. So I guess the goal that Ryan scored was never officially scored, so they couldn't take it away. They did try to take it away. Here we go. On the tornado table. 28-21 in favor of the Americans. Here's Moore. Slicing that one to the short side into the goal. It's 29-21. Still on the tornado table. Americans up by 8. Felder has that one knocked down, stolen away by Ryan. Looking to send this one to the fourth quarter. From snake shot position, Ryan Moore walks it and strokes it home to that far side. So the Americans now up 30-21 after 3 quarters. We will head to the fourth quarters. The longest third quarter in the history of the World Cup as far as time goes. I feel like that was about 40 minutes because of the long delays. But I do thank Brandon Moreland for providing a little clarification. Interesting, though, how the goalie men are sort of one rod, so to speak, but maybe the rules need to be a little more specific on what is allowed and what isn't. Either way, we will now head to the fourth quarter. The Americans leading 40-21, rather 30-21. Got to get to 40 to win it. You see Pascal Salzgeber, Thomas Ziegler going up against the 2025 ITSF men's doubles champions, Tony Spredeman and Robert Mares. The winner of this will face Team Luxembourg in a rematch of the 2015 World Cup when Luxembourg defeated the USA. All right, we've got a result on the other side of the arena. It's a tight one over in zone 2 with the women. USA versus Bulgaria. Update you on that score. It is, I want to say 37-35. Let's have a closer look. Yeah, 37-33 in favor of Bulgaria. France may have just defeated Germany. That's maybe what we heard. They were up 39.
Lauren Breuer, please come to the tournament office. Lauren. Ref desk.
The United States 10 goals away from another World Cup final. Bulgaria surging ahead 38-33 over in that women's semifinal, and they're moving over to the tornado table, but it does appear that Bulgaria in great position to advance to the final. And I believe France defeated Germany in the other. Haven't had a final score, but based on what I'm hearing over there, I think that is the case. Of course, we'll have, I believe, both the women's and men's World Cup finals here in Zone 1. As you see, Tony Spredeman and Robert Mares over there on the right side. Thomas Ziegler, Pascal Salzgeber on the left. It is match point for the Bulgarians. Team USA trailing by 5 as we get the opening game on Garlando underway, and you see Robert Mares starting in the forward position. That may have something to do with defense. Let's see if he's going to shoot it. Does look like he will. Now, Bulgaria has just advanced to the final, folks. Mares going to shoot it. Pascal Salzgeber takes it away. Fires that one up the table and in. Watch here as Pascal rattles that one in against Spredeman. 30-22 now in favor of the Americans. Tony returning to the forward position, able to brush this one down. Of course, Tony Spredeman outstanding on every table, and he does find that near corner. It's 31-22, and that's the problem for opponents of this American team is, of course, they're the best in the world on Tornado by a fairly wide margin, and that one's going to get through. Mares. 31-23. And back comes Tony. Spredeman. Down that hole, right down the middle. Back over to Galando we go. And a timeout call. Mares going to bring Tony back to forward. (31-23) I believe is the score, and that's what they're saying. Here's Tony, and that pass up the table off a man and in. 32 for the Americans. It's 32-23, I believe, the current score. Picked up here by Tony, who is back there at goal once again. But Spredeman has that one stuffed back into the goal. 32-24. They have it at 33-24, all right? Shot down the middle on goal by Salzgeber, picked up here by Mares. Robert from the state of Colorado in the United States. Intercepted here by Ziegler. Thomas, quick shot far side, looked like a spin there. Ball will be awarded to the 5 of Tony, who quickly advances it through that far lane. To give the Americans a 10-goal lead, and he does. As he fires it home to the near side, it's 34-24 as Tony hits the corner. Spredeman with the steal. Again, a testament to the quality of this American team is that you have in your final round probably the best Tornado player in the history of the sport. Certainly could make an argument for Frederic Collignon being maybe the best, but he doesn't have the numbers that Tony does on this table. And Ryan Moore, of course, also in that conversation. Americans up by 10. Fairly comfortable lead here, especially with this team at the helm, the multi-table world champions. Spredeman against Salzgeber. Tony rocked it, and then found the far side of the goal. 35-24 lead for the Americans. Team Luxembourg awaits the winner. Of course, that one would be the always interesting matchup of Tornado versus Bonzini. A rematch of that 2015 controversial final. Luxembourg defeated Team USA. And a nice pickup and score here by Ziegler. Didn't take much time, just got it and went with it. Interesting, though, that Team Luxembourg gets to the final without the greatest player in the history of Luxembourg table soccer, Yannick Correa, who now competes for Portugal. But again, the depth of quality of that Luxembourg team has always been exceptional from top to bottom. It's a lot of really, really strong, experienced players. And for a team to defeat the French on the Bonzini in a match played entirely on the Bonzini, that says something right there, doesn't it? Beautiful pass, Mares to Spredeman. Tony finds the hole again. He's been shooting it well on both tables. This one deep to the back of the goal. Salzgeber can't contain it. It comes to Tony. 36-25 lead for the Americans. 37. Quick pass. That's an intentional pass to the 5. Tony then takes care of the rest, passing it 5 to 3, flipping it over far side. The Americans hitting on all cylinders as they now lead 38-25. They're just 2 goals away from advancing to another World Cup final. Tony Spredeman already at the table. Can't wait to go. He is ready. He is focused. Joined by his partner, Robert Mares. Let's see if they pull the switch early on. Tony thinking about it. Instead comes with a different. Nope, you're going to go ahead and do it. Mares is going to start forward. Tony going to provide some defense at goal. And Marcel Glaus is going to step in to the forward position. So we have our first substitution. It's Glaus stepping in for Ziegler. Salzgeber will stay back there at goal. So Marcel getting some playing time. They had to wait till one team got to 35. Right now it is 38-25. And there's Marcel on the scoreboard as he comes into the game and immediately is effective. 38-26 and the steal here. Glaus. It finds the hole to the far side. What a great substitution for Team Switzerland as they bring Marcel Glaus in. And he comes in off the bench, stone cold, and scores his first 2. Back to Tornado we go. 38-27 lead. The Americans can close it out here with this one and one more. Tony, that shot attempt blocked up into the air and then kept out of the goal nicely by Salzgeber. Pascal will put it back into play.
Yasmin, please come to the tournament office.
Winner of this one will face Team Luxembourg, who defeated France 40-36 in their semifinal. Salzgeber. 3 in a row from the Swiss. Back within 10 at 38-28. Salzgeber there to make the block. So these 2 veteran table soccer performers from Switzerland doing the job down the stretch. Will it be enough? Maybe. There's another one from Pascal. Same shot, same result. 38-29. They get both of them on Tornado, and now
next round, next matches
with the steal.
will be played in maybe 30 minutes. So don't
38-30.
Put your lineup.
Marcel now
Thank you.
3 for 3 coming off the bench. They're within 8. Not over yet, folks. Tony can't connect here. Watch out for this guy. Shot attempt almost taken away by Tony. It does come back to Mares. I believe that's 5 in a row for Swiss. Tony looking to end that here. So he sets it up. Shot attempt near side, blocked and taken away by Pascal. What a great substitution bringing in this man. Marcel Glaus is looking for his 4th in a row. Regrip and fire it down the middle. 38-31. Back to Tornado we come. Again, if the Americans get both of these on their home table, they'll move on to the final. Tony looking to get the first one as he goes along that outside wall. Tony Sprederman. Strokes that one home. It is match point for the Americans after Tony finds a tight near corner. Marcel might want to pass it back to Pascal, but he is able to get this one through, and he'll set up a snake shot. Glaus try to come near side, the switch, the block, the takeaway from Mares. Tony along, Mares along the outside wall to Tony, and he has a chance to put it away right here. Looking to advance to the final. Tony Sprederman strokes it home, and there it is. Team USA holds off Team Switzerland 40-31 in this semifinal in the 2025 ITSF World Cup. They will face Team Luxembourg in the final after another solid performance from this star-studded team from America. Great job as well by Team Switzerland, especially Marcel Glaus, who came in at the end and was effective, made an impact, and brought the Swiss team back into the match with some help from his veteran partner, Pascal Salzgeber. All right, folks, our finals are set. It's going to be Bulgaria versus France for the women. It is going to be the USA versus Luxembourg for the men's final.
Lauren, bitte zur Turnierleitung.
In few minutes at 1:30, we will play the finals. Final of the junior competition, Germany against USA. Final of the senior national team competition, Germany against USA also. And the main final, USA against Luxembourg on table number 1. In 20 minutes, we will play this match on final arena. Thank you very much. Women will play at 1:30. Women, France, Bulgaria will be in table 1 and 2. Women at 1:30. Men will follow the final of the women on table number 1. The men's final will be played on area A and B right after the women's final.
Please, all the teams that are going to play in a few minutes, we need your team lineup composition, please. Don't forget to put your lineup. Thank you. Like Germany, USA for senior Senior for third place, Netherlands and Canada, we need your compositions, please. Women's national team from USA, we need your composition. Stephen Dumont, please, can you come to the store? We have your credit card and finger. Stephen Dumont.
Maria Pader und Julian Wortmann. Ich bräuchte euch kurz bei der Turnierleitung. Maria Pader, Julian Wortmann. If somebody sees Maria Pader or Julian Wortmann, please send them to the tournament office. I beg you. Assistant Referees zur Turnierleitung bitte. Free Referees to the tournament office, please. Still calling for Maria Pader. Maria Pader, wenn du mich hörst, bitte zur Turnierleitung kommen. Lauren, bitte nochmal zur Turnierleitung. Lauren.
Please, Team Germany, Senior, we need your composition. Women team from USA, we need your lineup too, please.
We need one more experienced ref who's not from Germany or USA. One more experienced ref, not Germany, not USA. If there is somebody free, or if you know somebody who's free, we need one more good ref.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 more big matches for you in the finals area. Let's start with tables 9 and 10 in the third place match in women's team. Let's introduce the two nations playing on Tornado and playing on Leonhardt. First, please welcome the national team of Germany playing on the Leonhardt table. And competing on the Tornado table, a big round of applause for the national team of the United States of America. And on tables 7 and 8 in the third place match for the national men's team competition, please welcome, playing on the Bonzini table, the national team of France. And competing on the Garlando table, please welcome the national team of Switzerland. Referees for the match on 9 and 10, please welcome Laurent Breuer and David Ganan. Referee for the match on 7 and 8, please welcome Tom Yor. And ladies and gentlemen, on tables 5 and 6, we bring you the 2025 Junior World Cup Final. First, playing on the Leonhardt table, please welcome the national team of Germany. And with the tornado table as their home table, please welcome the national team of the United States of America. Referees for the match, Jochen Madgor and Ben Vilfort. And ladies and gentlemen, on tables 3 and 4, we bring you the 2025 ITSF Senior World Cup Final. Playing on the tornado table, please welcome the national senior team of the United States of America. And with the Leonhardt as their home table, the national team of Germany. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the center ring on tables 1 and 2, it's the 2025 World Cup Women's Final. Please welcome, playing on the Bonzini table, the national team of France. And competing on the Leonhardt table, please welcome the national women's team of Bulgaria. Referee for this match, Yannick Correa. Good luck, players.
And hi again, everybody. Jim Stevens back with you here on tables 1 and 2 in the finals area for the women's team final. It is France versus Bulgaria in this final. Remember, it's a race to 40. It is France, of course, playing on Bonzini. It is Bulgaria, the number 1 seeds, competing on the Leonhardt table. 2-1 early on in favor of Bulgaria. Veronika Bincheva for Bulgaria on the right. Cinderella Shemin on the left. Again, it'll go singles until one player scores 10 in the first quarter. Second quarter will be to 20 when one of the teams scores 20. Third quarter when one of the players scores 30, and then of course we race all the way to 40. Two here in this opening quarter. Of course, again, it always comes down to how well do you play on your opponent's table? Can you hold on your table? And can you score maybe 33% of the goals on the opponent's home table? Too early on in favor of France. And make it 4-2. Referee for the match, Yannick Correa. And Gimon leading her team to an early 5-2 lead. Cinderella. Cheva's shot attempt taken away by Gimon. And again on the Bonzini table, shaking her fist in triumph as she has now given France a 6-2 lead. Bulgaria defeated the United States in the semifinals to get here. France beat a very tough German team to reach the World Cup final. Big goal there for Mincheva. It's now 6-3, and we've got a timeout. And that one's going to rattle in. A break there for the French has increased their lead to 7-3. So a very strong opening quarter performance from Cinderella Gimon. Another one. It's 8-3. Mincheva with an answer here to make it 8-4. Deciding our first Open World Cup champions here in just a little while. Tables 1 and 2, Bulgaria versus France. Immediately following this, we'll have the men's World Cup final. That'll be the USA versus Luxembourg. Cinderella with a very strong first quarter here. Oftentimes you get off to that big start and you never look back if you can hold on to it. If you can be a good front runner, just hold on to that big lead as a team. This is the kind of format where you can do that. It's tough oftentimes for teams to come back. Nine to 5 now. It's Veronica trying to make up a few points here. They stay on Leo, which is Veronica's home table. But Cinderella continuing to play well on both tables. We'll have another chance here. She looks to close out this first segment, this first quarter. And she does. What a strong performance in that first quarter for Cinderella Gimon. And she defeats Veronica, or leads Veronica Mincheva, and Bulgaria 10-5. Bulgaria, the number 1 seed. France, seeded number 2. Move to the second round. It's going to be Marina Pol and Anaïs Noël, two of the great Bonzini players ever. Against Radostina Lyubomirova and Alexandra Novkova of Bulgaria. Again, Cinderella Gimon getting Team France off to a tremendous start. Still Jacot, a multiple Bonzini champion, world champion, multi-table world champion, is the manager for Team France. Coach is Jorge Souto. And of course, Ekaterina Atanasova. Irina Atanasova, the coach, manager of Team Bulgaria. One of the great foosball ladies in the world. Someone who has been instrumental both on the table and behind the scenes as well as part of the International Federation. Looks like we might be changing a rod on the Leonhard table. Of course, Bulgaria had a bye in the first round. They defeated the Czech Republic 40-25 in the round of 16. Defeated the Netherlands by an identical score of 40-25 in the quarterfinals, and then overcame a very tough American team, 40-34 in the semifinal. France also receiving a bye in the opening round. They defeated Canada 40-14 in the round of 16. Italy 40-32, a tough one in the quarterfinal, and then a really tough one in the semifinals as they bested Germany 40-38 to reach the final. We'll do our best with some of these names. One in particular who will be playing in this match, Radostina Lyubomirova. Over close. She and her partner Alexandra Novkova will be playing Marina Pol and Anais Noel here in a moment in that second quarter doubles matchup. We've got the senior team final taking place over on tables 3 and 4, just to the right of me down there, just to the right of this finals area. That's USA versus Germany. We've got the juniors over on the left side also for the USA and Germany. A couple of third place matches taking place in tables 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. It's France versus Switzerland, and it's the USA versus Germany. The three finals here in front of me. Two of the three featuring American teams and two of the three featuring German teams. Of course, the Americans also in the final of the men's team competition. All right, looks like we're ready to get this second round underway. The team on the right, that is Lyubomirova in the forward position, Novkova at goal. It's Marina Pol starting in the forward position on the left, Anais Noel back there at goal, and a lot of Bonzini championships there, a lot of world championships, World Cups for the two ladies on the left as well. Ten to 5 lead for France. Towards the goal, kept out by Noel. Interesting that neither of these teams were even in the top 3. They were not on the podium in 2022 at the previous World Cup, where it was Germany that took home the title, with the USA finishing second and Austria getting the bronze medal. But these two enter the elimination bracket, the final bracket, as the number 1 and number 2 seeds. So that should tell you what great improvement they have made since then. Still 10-5 as we open up this second quarter. Here's Pol. Watch what she does here. Sets it up far side. She can bring it all the way to the near, or she can give that good hard fake and take it back to that near corner, that far corner. It's 11-5. That was a great possession from the great Marina Pol. She makes the steal here. Quick advance attempt. Grabbed at goal by Novkova. And a nice grab by Radostina. And she's able to convert far side, so they get one of the two, the Bulgarians, and now they'll return to their home table, trailing 11-6. Back over to Leonard. Marina has it taken away by Radostina. She can't hold on to that one, and this is Anais Noel. Noel setting it up near side. Up the table with a pass attempt. Novkova sends that one off the inside wall, and again it's Noel. French pick up one here on Leonhardt. Lyobamirova will get an opportunity here. Shooting against Noel. Shot attempt taken away by Noel. Radostina with another opportunity here. The Bulgarians need to take advantage of these opportunities on their home table in particular. Oh, beautiful switch and block by Noel. And defense is defense on no matter what table you play on. Because of course, defense is mostly mental, isn't it? It's strategic, it's anticipation, it's baiting and switching. It's showing the opponent a hole and then taking it away. And that works on every table. And as long as you have the skills, and certainly all of these players do, they've all competed on multiple tables and offensively as well. Noel doing it, and she fires that one in. And the French increase their lead now to 13-6. Taken away here by Pole. Marina will set it up far side, tried to bring it all the way to that near side, and you saw Novkova race her over there to make the block and take it away. Sends it up the table where it's picked up by Radostina, who advances it to her 3-rod. The Bulgarians need some goals on Bonzini. But Noel is not going to allow that to happen on this possession as she takes it away. Fires that one up the table. Picked up here by Novkova. Alexandra. Pole able to dig it off the wall, and she can't hold on to it. There are different ways of bringing that ball off the wall on Bonzini, some of which involve jarring the table a little bit. But certainly when you watch the great French players do it, they make it look easy, and it was rare that someone would have an issue. Pole had a little bit of an issue getting it off the wall. Eventually results in a possession, and now another one for Radostina. Looks like she wants to set up a pole shot. Yep, quick shot here. Again, Noel not giving up anything. 13-6 lead for the French. A race to 40. Immediately following this one, oh, and there's Noel again from goal. She is so clever with that ball. And she fires it in. It's 14-6. French right now looking almost unbeatable on both tables. And again, that's how things have evolved in the last now almost 20 years. Since the very first World Cup, is the French were always a strong team, but they were strong because they were the best on the Bonzini table. But now it's a new era where not only are they the best on the Bonzini table, although Luxembourg with the men certainly have an argument for that, but they're also very good at every other table as well. And in this case, the Leonhardt, where they have performed at a very high level, thanks to shots like that and that. Right now, Germany leading 15-11. Now 15-12 as you hear that roar in the junior final. Germany's so strong. When, you know, I do these award ceremonies here where I'm the announcer, and it seemed like every junior event, first, second, and third. And up the table and in here for Novkova. 14-7 as we head back over to Leonhardt. But so many great results from so many great young German players, under 13, under 16, under 19, the three levels of play. You know, they've got a strong junior team. And right now they're leading 16-12 over the Americans. USA leading 10-5 in the senior championship. And that is another loaded team, that American team. That American senior team, it's got names like Gummison, Lafredo, and McMillan. Three of the greatest American players of all time on that senior team. Big shot there from Lyubomirova. Radostina makes it 14-8. Bulgaria trying to fight their way back into it. If they're going to do that, they need to take care of their business on this table, the Leonhardt, their home table. Radostina again with possession on the 5. Try to brush it along the walls. Knocked down by Marina. Comes back to Alexandra. And Pole will pick it up off the back wall. Wipe the hands. And shoot the pin shot. That shot near side. Novkova with a block. Sends it back the other way and in. It's 14-9. So Bulgaria gets both of the goals on that Leonhardt segment. And they have cut the French lead to 5 goals. It's kind of the way you come back. You score both on your table and then try to get one on the opponent's table. That shot on goal by Novkova. Blocked by Noel. Anne Noel. Take away here by Radostina. That pull kick was on goal, but Noel out there to make the block. Novkova, be careful there. Trying to go down the middle against these quick French ladies can be a tough chore. Oh, nice attempt there by Alexandra, just short of the goal, then wide of the goal. She continues to put shots towards the goal. But it's Pole who comes out with the ball. Marina Pole will set it up on that far side of the goal and treat this a little bit like a pull shot, although you have fakes as well. She'll try to bring it all the way near side, which she does, and Novkova there to make the block. It's good defense from Alexandra. Marina Pole set her up early on with that fake to a straight, so to speak, early in the match. Poked forward here by Radostina. Lyubomirova. Shot wide of the goal. Noel. She is always dangerous offensively from back here. Remains 14-9 in favor of France. About halfway through this second quarter. Remember, quarters are measured by one team or one player scoring 10 goals. Here's Marina again. Here comes to that short side. You knew she had to go there. Novkova had been all over her shots to the near side. And we're going to get a timeout called by Bulgaria. Here's Paul. French leading 15-9. Marina finds the hole near side. It's 16-9 as they get both on the Bonzini table. Looks like we've had a substitution. We'll try to get that one for you here. And anytime a team gets to 5 goals in a quarter, there will be a substitution. Stanislava Stajkova has moved into the forward position, and with her substituting, they have got both of them. (16 to 11). Stanislava Stajkova has come in as a substitute, and always nice when you change players and they have an immediate impact, and that is what has happened here. It's Bulgaria now trailing only by 11, rather by 5 after being down by 7. Here is Stajkova. Shot attempt blocked, sent back the other way by Pole. Attempt blocked by Stajkova. Anne Noel fires that one down the middle, sent back towards the goal, and picked up almost by Stanislava. Let's see which way it rolls. It rolls to her. Shot attempt blocked, comes all the way back to Nokova. Chance here for Stanislava. Set up a push shot. Goes wide of the goal. Ladies fighting after it. Felt like that was a pretty good pin shot that Stanislava put on goal that previous possession, but she switched to a push. This one up the table, picked up by Pole, who will take her time, wipe her hands, and set the ball up. Marina Pole fires that one right down the middle. She saw that hole, took advantage of it. And those middle holes on the Bonzini are often there with whatever shot you elect to choose. Narrow narrowness of the man's foot, wideness of those holes makes it advantageous to utilize those cut angles or a split on a pull shot, for example. All right, let's see what she does here. Quick shot from our side, blocked away, comes back the other way, or it's picked up by Stanislava Stakova. Will block it. Try to come near side, didn't execute the shot. Anne Noel will pick this one up. (17-11) in favor of France. Here in this second quarter, the Women's World Cup final. Up the table to Pole. Marina looking for the hole. And finds it. And she strokes it all the way to that near side. Back over to the Leonhardt table. Stakova almost has that one stolen away. And another one here. It's now 19-11. French in control here on tables 1 and 2 against the Bulgarians. Again, a lot of it has been due to the fact that the French ladies, Marina Pole, Anaïs Noël, have played well on this table. They've played very well on the Leonhardt table. Back the other way comes Novkova. Bulgarians needed that one. It's now 19-12. Between quarters, we'll bring you up to date on the scores of some of the other matches taking place. As Pole now looks to close out quarter number 2. A couple of blocks from Novkova. On goal beautifully by Novkova, picked up by Stakova. Slavak finds that wall on that attempt to the far side. Anne Noël. There goes that one wide of the goal. Sent towards the goal with a fly by Pole, who then picks it up on her 3 right. Quick shot near side. Blocked and taken away by Novkova. Taken right back by Pole. And we've got a timeout. Again, the French doing it on both tables during the course of this match, which is why they are up by 7 as we close out this second quarter. Bulgarians need more of that. Marina Pole will put the ball back into play. Gets a good set. And fires it back to that short side after a good hard fake. That's what she opened up the second quarter with. She closes it out as well, and she closes it out with the French leading 20-12 over Bulgaria after 2 quarters. Looking at some other scores in the final of the Junior World Cup. The number 2 seeds USA trailing number 4 seeds Germany 23-18. Kind of surprising that Germany is only the number 4 seed. 23-18 in favor of Germany in that one. Final of the men's senior World Cup. It is the USA leading Germany 13-10. The women's national team in the 3rd place match. United States leading Germany after 2 quarters, 20-14. And Switzerland leading France early in the 3rd quarter, 21-19. So in a moment, we'll get the 3rd segment underway. Clementina Tomar for France, Vesti Hoffman for Bulgaria. Clementina Tomar on the left, Vesti Hoffman on the right. Bulgaria has some work to do. They trail 20-12 entering this 3rd quarter singles matchup. And we'll open up on the Bonzini table. Vesti will put it into play. Nicely along the wall for Hoffman. Of course, Vesti married to the great German player Bjorn Hoffman. Tomar able to take that one away, send it with the left hand at an angle all the way up the table to her shooting rod. Tomar, quick shot near side, blocked by Vesti, comes back to Tomar. Another block by Hoffman. Hoffman will look to advance it again. 20-12, the French lead. And that one sent into the goal with the 5-row by Tomar. 21-12. Here's Vesti, who has competed all over the world, throughout Europe and in the United States. Good on every table, and especially on this one as she finds that far side of the goal. Make it 21-13. And again, at this stage of this match, the Bulgarians need every goal on their home table. And again, it's Vesti. So she does indeed get both. In this Leonhardt segment, it's now 21-14. Bulgaria really closing with their strengths here. With Vesti Hoffman in this one. The great Katerina Tanasova. And Tanya Krencheva will compete in that fourth quarter match, that doubles match.
Hat jemand meinen Rucksack aus der Turnierleitung in Sicherheit gebracht? Die Sachen von Wolfgang Breuer, Rucksack und Handy waren in der Final Area. Ich denke, dass den irgendwer weggeräumt hat, aber die Frage ist, wohin? Searching for my backpack from the Final Area.
Shot attempt blocked by Tomar, but you can see Vesti with a very good game on Bonzini as well. And if Bulgaria is going to get back into this match, they're going to need a big performance from her here in this third quarter. A goal here for the French. Montina makes it 22-14. Huffman coming back. Again, you get two on your table, you get one of the two on the opponent's table. You've got a shot at coming back. And that means Vesti needs this one. Tomar there to make the block. And then up into the air and off the table. Montina will put it back into play at goal. Send that one up the table on goal. Vesti had the left hand back there to make the block. Hofmann will now look to score from goal. Fires that one to the short side, then grabs it on the 5. Blocked back towards the goal. Sent back the other way and then lost and then grabbed by Hofmann. And to cut the lead to 7 if she can. It's 22-14. In favor of the French, and she does find the far side of the goal here. So she gets 2 on Leonhardt. She gets 1 of the 2 on Bonzini. It remains 22-15. Sent on goal, and a rebound grab by Tomar. Montina Tomar. Trying to take it to that short side, blocked by Hoffmann. The Bulgarian ladies trying to come back from a big deficit early on. They still trail by 7. But Vesti Hoffman, one of their star players, is on the Bulgarian home table. Some good defense there by Tomar, keeping the ball away from Hoffmann. Sends that one gently up the middle. Germany leading 27-20 in the Junior World Cup final. USA leading 17-10 in the Senior World Cup final. Yeah, there's Vesti. tightening up a little bit. .22-16. Lead now for France. Vesti Hoffman. And every goal so valuable in this format, in an event like this. You know, I was talking, if you saw the match earlier, the USA versus Switzerland in that semifinal match, we had that long delay. And I talked to Tom Yor about it afterwards. What took so long? What was the eventual call? And he was still arguing the call. And he said, we're going to argue every point no matter what. We want every goal. We're going to argue it. And there's Vesti down the middle. And suddenly it's only a 5-goal lead for France at 22-17 as Vesti Hoffman doing the job. It's outscored Clementina 5-2 here in this third quarter. Tom's argument on that play earlier, if you happen to see it, was that both goalie rods are treated, and Brandon Moreland kind of brought this up in an interview we did during that delay, that the 2 goalie rods are treated as 1 rod, basically. And we're going to get a call here. Referee Yanni Correa calls a jar on Tomar, awards the ball to Vesti, who can now move the Bulgarian team within 4, and she does. 22-18. Big third quarter here for Vesti Hoffman and Bulgaria. But back comes Clementina Tomar with that shot near side. She makes it 23-18. Up here by Tomar. French back up by 5. With a snake shot and finding the hole down the middle here. Clementina Tomar has once again extended the lead to 6. With a little bit of difficulty handling that ball, and it gets away from her to Tomar on the 3-rod. Trying to come near side, blocked by Hoffman. French leading 24-18 here in the third quarter. Third element of this Women's World Cup final. Tomar mishandles. Will reset. Clock is running. Quick shot here. Blocked by Hoffman. Sent on goal once and twice. Once with the 5, once with the 3, and both of them blocked and kept out by Vesti Hoffman. That one's going to get knocked back in. You saw Vesti come to the short corner. And then an inadvertent own goal from Tomar. 19. This is about as close as the Bulgarians have gotten since that early deficit. But Tomar with an answer. France back up by 6 goals. They've maintained that cushion since early on in this match. this format where you have the 2 and then 2 and then 2. Really tough for a player or a team to get momentum on a single table, and maybe that's the idea. USA leading in the senior final, and we get another one here, this one for Bulgaria, as Vesti slams it in with a 5-row. It's 25-20. Germany in control in the junior final, leading the USA 30-21. USA is leading Germany in the senior final, 20-12. And another one here for Vesti. Things are really tightening up now. It's 25-21. This is the closest the Bulgarian ladies have been since very early in the match. Cinderella Gémon got France off to such a great start. That one's going to creep back to the 3-rod. And Tomar was able to pick that one up and slam it on goal. Somehow Vesti got a man on it. Off the inside wall and in. A fortunate break there. That was a pull shot that turned in to a bank and a score. 25-22. So far, Vesti Hoffman has outscored Remontina Tomar 10-5 here in this third segment. Third quarter will end when one of these players gets to 30. We talked about that recipe for a comeback, the formula of scoring 2 on your table, 1 on the other, and that's kind of what's happened. And another one here for Hoffman. It's 25-23. Well, back comes Tomar. She needed that one to kind of break the string of goals from Vesti Hoffman. 26-23 the score. Vesti back on her home table. And she finds that hole to the far side. Watch this. Good fake one way and then back the other. Bulgaria back within 2 goals at 26-24. And back comes Tomar with a big score here on the Leonhard table as she finds the near corner of the goal. 27-24. 12-7 this third quarter has seen Vesti Hoffman outscore her opponent by 5 goals and bring Bulgaria close. Trying to get a little bit closer right here. Hoffman. Shot attempt blocked by Tomar and taken away. Montina down the middle, and Vesti can't keep that one out. And the French are back ahead by 4 goals at 28-24. And the timeout called by Bulgaria. USA is leading Germany in the third place match in the Women's World Cup, 30-26 after 3 quarters.
Jean-Christophe Renaud to the tournament office, please. Jean-Christophe Renaud.
Allez, 28-24 lead for France. We're on the Bonzini table. Vesti trying to get one of the two, does fire that one on goal with a 5, and then picks up the rebound. Will set up her pin shot. And is able to get it through and in. It's 28-25. Bulgaria slowly but surely working their way back into this match after a great start by Team France. Tomar keeps that one out. Ships that one up the table, picked up here by Hoffman. Ball rolled to a stop. She'll put it back into play. You see the 10-5 and 10-7. They were up 20-12 after 2 quarters, and another one here from Vesti. It's 28-26. And if Hoffman can get this one, we'll move back over to Bonzini, with France leading only by a goal. Trying to make it off the outside wall. But Tomar has shown herself to be a good clutch player, as we like to say. When she needs one, she usually gets one. But Hoffman now, a chance to pull the Bulgarian team within 1 goal. And she does! 28-27. And she finds a very tight middle hole. Back to Bonzini we come. What a third quarter for Vesti Hoffman. 16-7, she has outscored her opponent. And another one. We're tied at 28, and now it's 16-7 in this quarter. And a chance for Bulgaria to take the lead. Nice save there by Tomar, but Vesti Hoffman with a chance to give Bulgaria the lead. Tied up at 28. She does! She gets both. And for the first time in the match, Bulgaria has surged ahead. It's 29-28, and what a third quarter performance from Vesti Hoffman. Entering this third quarter, it was 20-12 in favor of the French. That is 17-8. Vesti Hoffman has outscored Clémentine Tomar. Back over to the Leonard table. And the timeout called by Bulgaria. 10-5 for the French, 10-7 for the French. In the third quarter, 17-8. Statistics pretty even. The match pretty even at 29-28. Chance to end the third quarter right here for Vesti Hoffman. And she does. Huge third quarter performance from Vesti Hoffman, who outscores her opponent 18-8. to give Bulgaria a 2-goal lead as we head to the 4th and final quarter. Wow, what a performance. And that'll give us a chance to update some scores in the Junior World Cup final. The United States surging back into it, now trailing 31-26. Senior national team, the United States leading 22-14 over Germany in that World Cup final. Another score from out on the floor, Canada leading the Netherlands 32-18 in the 3rd place match in that senior national team event. And the USA, just 4 goals from claiming 3rd place against Germany. They lead 36-30. And we're tied 32-all in the 3rd place match in the Men's World Cup between Switzerland and France. So much going on. But after this, only one match remains, and that's going to be the Men's World Cup final, the biggest event in the sport. Along with this one here, the Women's World Cup final. Looking at the many goals of Vesti Hoffman on both tables, 18 of them she scored in that 3rd quarter. Including that one, which closed the deal. All right, we move to one final doubles match. Great Bulgarian player Ekaterina Atanasova and her partner Tanya Krencheva going up against Malika Tsunucci and Severina Trantan. Krencheva, Atanasova, Trantan, and Tsunucci. Go, starting things off in the lay-and-hard table, 30-28 in favor of the Bulgarians, who have been behind throughout the match until the very end, as Vesti Hoffman with that big 3rd quarter has put them ahead by 2. This is Krencheva. Of course, Ekaterina Atanasova, maybe the greatest lady player to ever come out of Bulgaria. Multi-table titles. A woman who has been so involved with table soccer, not only in Bulgaria, but internationally for so many years. She'll She'll have a chance here to increase her team's lead. And she slams that one home near side. Tana Silva opens up the scoring here in quarter number 4. It's now 31-28. What a run for Bulgaria. Tana Silva, so experienced on all the different tables. And she finds the far side of the goal. (20-8) since the end of the second quarter for Bulgaria. Severina. Nice save there by Korencheva. Shot down the middle on goal by Sanucci, but picked up by Atanasova. Was wide of the goal with that shot effort. Maria sends it to her near man and to that near wall. Sent on goal with a 5 by Severina. One's going to roll to a dead stop. Referee Yannick Correa helps to put it back into play.
Ulrike Althoff, bitte.
Junior match, 32-28. Things tightening up over there. And Bulgaria now up 32-29. The greatest day in table soccer, folks. The final day of the World Cup each and every time. This is the 12th World Cup. Tanasova has that one stolen away by Trontan. And she's able to get that one through and in. That is a big shot for the French, who now are only down by a goal at 32-31. It's been this kind of match. And Atanasova with an answer, with authority. Bulgarians back up by 2. And the dead ball will be put back into play. Maria Sanucci. And Bulgaria again. Boy, Vesti Hoffman, Katerina Atanasova. When you have those two closing for you in the third and fourth quarters, hard to ask for much better than that. Two great players. French trying to stay alive. They're down by 3 now at 34-31. Big shot here for Tran Tran. Shot attempt near side, blocked by Krencheva. Up the tip. To Atanasova. Blocked and taken back by Sanucci. Tran will call time out. .34-31 lead for Bulgaria. Severina. Strokes this one home. That's a big shot from Tran Tran. 34-32. Big response here for the French. It's now 34-33 as we go right down to the wire in this Women's World Cup final. And Tran Tran, can she grab it? Oh, she does. She pokes it off the opponent's rod, able to pick it up and then advance it along the near wall. That's a great play by Severina. Again, set up the snake shot, look to tie it up. And she does. Tran Tran and Sanucci have evened it up here in this fourth quarter.
At the ref desk. Assistant referee to the ref desk, please. We need an assistant referee.
They have outscored the Bulgarians 6-4 here in quarter number 4. And it is a tight one here on tables 1 and 2. One more ball on Bonzini. Atanasova. Pass attempt almost thrown away by Tran Tran. Picked up here by Krencheva. Krencheva sends it up the table to Atanasova. Shot attempt back down the middle. She didn't get a lot behind it. We'll have another chance here. And Irina Atanasova will call time out. .34-34. As Atanasova puts it back in the plate, went with a quick one, blocked by Sanucci. Up the table and right back to Atanasova. who finds the hole down the middle. Very clever shot here from Ekaterina Atanasova. She comes back down the middle to make it 35-34. Back over to the Leonhardt table we go. The Bulgarian women with the lead, and we're on their home table. But Severina Trantan able to pick this one up. And stroke it back down the middle. You saw her cut that one between the defensive men of Tanya Kurncheva. And we're tied again at 35. Remember, it's win by 2 and a steal here by Severina, who's trying to get 2 on the Leonhardt table for the French. And she has shot it very well down the stretch here. That shot attempt, though, blocked by Kurncheva back the other way, where it's picked up by Sanucci. And the steal by Atanasova, who will shoot for the lead. Atanasova shot near side, blocked by Sanucci. Kate once again. And that shot attempt blocked and taken away by Maria. 35 all here in the fourth quarter. Key here for Maria is clear that zone, give her partner opportunities. There's one of them as she fired that one on goal of the 5 and then picks it up on the 3-rod. Another chance for Severina to give her team the lead, and she does. So back comes France. They now lead 36-35. Now we move over to their home table, the Bonzini. What a match. Tanasova's pass attempt, blocked by Trantan, comes back to Kurncheva. And then Atanasova looking to advance. It does knock it off the back wall. Quick shot attempt here. Blocked and taken away by Maria Sanucci, who fires that one just wide of the goal. It comes all the way back. We're going to get a call here. That ball is going to be awarded to Irina Atanasova. Who has a chance to tie it up. But that one 36-35 lead, and a chance here to increase that lead for Trantan. And she does! Well, the French have turned things around here in this fourth quarter after an exceptional third quarter of performance from the Bulgarian Vesti Hoffman. And on Bonzini in the steal here by Trantan, who fires that one home. Wow, what a performance by Severina Trantan here in this fourth quarter. As she has now given the French a 38-35 lead. Let's see what the Bulgarians can do on their home table. We're going to get a call here, and that ball is going to be awarded to the 5-row of Trantan, who has been exceptional, but the steal here by Atanasova. The Bulgarians really need both of these on their home table. But that block by Sanucci back the other way, and Trantan able to grab it on the 3-rod. Boy, she has been great. This young French player who they put in a position, the anchor position. That shot attempt blocked by Kurncheva. The rebound grabbed again by Trantan. Another one of these really good young French multi-table players. Trantan, near side. Kurncheva with a block. Good show call. Time out. That junior match, Germany now leading 38-33 over the Americans. The senior final, it's 30-20. The Americans leading the Germans as we resume here on the Leonhardt table. $38-35. Favor of the French. Turn things back around after trailing early in this fourth quarter. Shot down the middle. Again, the Bulgarians need every goal they can possibly get on their home table. Atanasova. And that one off that far corner. Rebound comes back to Atanasova, who will once again set it up. Shot attempt. Sanucci is there. This anchor team of Severina Trantan and Marina Sanucci have been outstanding. 10-5 so far here in this fourth quarter in favor of the French. Tanya Krencheva. Really, where this woman has been the most impressive has been here on the Leonhardt table. You expect her to be a great Bonzini player, and she is, but she has also been outstanding on the Leo. That shot attempt near side, blocked. Another chance here. Krencheva continuing to hold her off, but for how long? Another one here, and up the table to Atanasova. Katerina Atanasova works it around, trying to bring it near side. Sanucci has done the job, but Krencheva grabs it, quickly knocks it off a man and in. That is a huge shot for the Bulgarians. They were ready to head over, at least Atanasova was, to Bonzini, but we've got one more to play here. And she removes the wrap from the 3-rod. Interesting. 38-36. A chance to make it 38-37. And she does! One goal lead for the French as we return to Bonzini. And if the French get both of these, they'll be the champs. Severina Trantan. Banked that one off the inside wall towards the goal, kept out by Tanya, who sends that one along that near wall, sent right back to her. Her goal, just get this thing out of there, give her partner a chance to grab it. Fires that one down the middle, on goal, rebound, grabbed by Atanasova. Swings and misses on that one, gets it back, she'll have to shoot quickly. And she finds the hole down the middle. It's 38-38. It is first to 40, win by 2. Bounced towards the goal. Picked up here by Tanya Krencheva. Krencheva up the table to Atanasova, who angles that one. Blocked by Sanucci. Maria wide of the goal. Lands on the 5. Atanasova. Kate has that one get away from her. 38-38. And the Germans have just won, it appears, the Junior World Cup as they defeat America. Despite a big-time effort in the fourth quarter by America, and there's Atanasova, who has given Bulgaria a championship point and returning now to their home table, the Leonhardt. However, the French can feel confident in that Severina Trantan has maybe been the best player on this table throughout this match. Championship point for Bulgaria. Congratulations to the German junior team. No surprise there, as I talked about earlier. One champion after another. In fact, there were a couple of junior events where I think the top three were all Germans. As Germany continuing to produce great young players, and they are the 2025 champs. Meanwhile, here in zone number 1, it is championship point for Bulgaria. They lead 39-38 as Severina Trantan will put the ball back into play. And that pass attempt blocked by Atanasova. The Bulgarians can sense it. They know they're just a goal away from the World Cup title. Sanucci. Intercepted and taken away by Atanasova, who can win it right here. Ekaterina Atanasova of Bulgaria. Shot attempt blocked by Sanucci, back the other way, sent towards the goal, swept away by Maria. French need this one to send it into overtime. That one stuffed back into the goal by Atanasova, and there it is. Team Bulgaria wins the 2025 ITSF World Cup women's title. What a performance, what a comeback in this match for Team Bulgaria.
Giuliano Bentivoglio, please, peux-tu venir à la table de marque? Bentivoglio.
Now for the kids, Bjorn is crying because he's happy. Right? Okay. That's because I'm going to speak in English. Ora?
Please, Carlos Ribeiro, can you come to the tournament desk?
Super,
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the national teams competitions will start in a few moments. We invite you to come and take a seat in the stands in front of the finals area. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony for the national teams events will start in a few moments. We invite you to please stop playing and come and take a seat in the stands in front of the finals area.
got two right back for Orlando. Can't do this. Nana's still smiling.
Wow.
There it is.
Oh my God, I'm so happy for him.
Oh my God. There it is, the split. He is the world champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest day in the world of table soccer, the final day of the 2025 ITSF World Cup here in Zaragoza, Spain. And during this ceremony, we will be honoring the winners of the national teams in the wheelchair, junior, senior, and women's categories. To present the trophies, we invite our hosts to come on stage. Please welcome from Tunisia, Ined Nanai. From France, please welcome Maxime Blanc. And from the Netherlands, please welcome Rob Goebbels. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce our top three finishers in the wheelchair national teams event. First, please welcome third place finishers, the national team of Germany. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for our second place finishers who are not here, the national wheelchair team of Belgium. And your 2025 World Cup champions in the wheelchairs team event, the national team of Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, your top finishers in the World Cup wheelchair event. All right, next, ladies and gentlemen, let's invite the top finishers in the Senior World Cup on stage. Starting with third place finishers, the national senior team of Canada. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our second place finishers, the national senior team of Germany. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome your 2025 ITSF Senior World Cup champions, the national senior team of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, your top finishers in the Senior World Cup. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce the top 3 teams in the 2025 Junior World Cup competition. Beginning with third place finishers, the national junior team of France. Let's welcome our second place finishers, the national team of the United States of America. And please welcome your 2025 Junior World Cup champions, the national team of Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for your top 3 finishers in the 2025 Junior World Cup competition. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce the top finishers in the Women's World Cup event. Starting with our third place finishers, the national women's team of the United States of America. And let's welcome our second place finishers in the Women's World Cup event, the national team of France. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your 2025 Women's World Cup champions, the national team of Bulgaria. Our top finishers in the Women's World Cup competition. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to recognize the top ranked nation in the medal standings from the 2025 ITSF World Cup. With victories across all categories, incredible performances, and thrilling matches from juniors to seniors, please give a big round of applause for the players of the German Federation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just one event remaining, one final match, one championship to be decided, and it's going to take place right here in just a few minutes as we bring you the final of the Men's World Cup competition right here on tables 1 and 2. Thank you, everybody. It's going to be the United States of America versus Luxembourg. Tornado versus Bonzini right here in the finals area.
Wait. I'm not the boss. No, but yeah, tornado is every man. Yeah, but they don't have a football player Yeah, I do, man. Especially if it's small. For real? Alright, let's see what kind of beautiful table they brought us. Is this the same one that was here earlier? Yeah. Is this the same one that we played on earlier? I don't think it's the same one. Right top of the bottom. One, when they got it, and they haven't seen yeah, even this right here, Rob, the guarantee is that's I would bet $1 million. Oh yeah. It's impossible. What does it matter is the question. What matters and where's the top to it? Chase, I'm pretty consistent going this way. That's the whole thing. What's up, boy? Everything Chris. Good, take care. I just think like, oh,
Buenas tardes, señores y señores. A continuación vamos a dar paso a la final del Campeonato del Mundo de modalidad femenina, dos piernas, F4 parado. Las dos parejas participantes son Vanessa Jimeno y Patricia González, que se enfrentarán a Nerea Toledo, María Herrera. En la mesa número 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to decide who will be the 2025 ITSF Men's World Cup champions. And let's introduce the teams. First, please welcome the captain and manager of Team USA, Robert Mares. And the manager and captain of Team Luxembourg, please welcome Steve Diaz. Please welcome for the USA, Tommy Yor. And for Luxembourg, Bruno Gonçalves. For the United States, a big round of applause for Tony Spredeman and for Christoph Diaz. Next, please welcome from the USA, Ryan Moore. And from Luxembourg, Fabio Ferreira. And please welcome from the United States, Brendan Moreland. And from Luxembourg, Carlos da Silva Ribeiro. From the United States, please welcome Terry Rue. And from Luxembourg, Leonardo Stamera. From the United States, please welcome Blake Robertson. And from Luxembourg, Michael Correa. And finally, a big round of applause for Tom Yor and Kane Gabriel of the United States, and Ricardo Rodriguez Pinto of Luxembourg. Referees for the match, Wolfgang Breuer and Marcel Glaus. Good luck, players.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the biggest title in the world of table soccer. It's the World Cup 2025. USA versus Luxembourg. This is a rematch of a World Cup final held in Torino, Italy a few years ago when Luxembourg defeated the USA. nice crowd on hand to watch this one. I hope all of you out there watching are enjoying the show here this week. It's going to be Bonzini, it's going to be Tornado, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Over the starting lineups here in a moment. Going to start off in singles with Tommy Orr of the USA going up against Leonardo Stamera of Luxembourg. Follow that up with Terry Roux getting a start in the World Cup final with Brandon Moreland. They'll go up against Carlos da Silva Ribeiro and Christopher Diaz. Ryan Moore will face Fabio Ferreira in the third quarter singles matchup. And then Steve Diaz, Bruno Gonçalves of Luxembourg will face Tony Spredeman and Robert Mares in that fourth element doubles match. It was 10 years ago that the United States and Luxembourg faced off in a World Cup final and went right down to the final balls with Luxembourg holding on to win. And that Luxembourg is very similar to this one, the team, the members of the team. There's one notable absence for Luxembourg, and that's, of course, the great Yannick Correa, who now competes for Portugal. And there you see, what a great crowd on hand here as we bring you the World Cup final. Again, it's a race to 40 goals divided into 4 segments. Each segment ends when a player scores 10. Here we go, starting off on the Bonzini table, the home table of the Luxembourg team. And that pass ends up in the goal for Stamera. It's 1-0. Now we talk about this pretty much every match. It's which team is better on the opponent's table. We know how strong the Americans are on Tornado. We know how strong Team Luxembourg is on the Bonzini style of table. But who has the best multi-table players? And that's often what it comes down to. Here's Tommy, one of the best on Tornado, but also a very good multi-table player. He brings Stamera off that far hole and is able to get the ball around it for a 1-0 lead. Referees for the match, Marcel Glaus is the timer. Wolfgang Breuer, the head official. So 1 ball on Bonzini. We'll then have 2 balls here on Tornado. Here's Tommy firing that one home. So both players holding so far, with Stamera scoring on his home table and Tommy coming back with 2 on his home table. We'll move back to Bonzini. You know, we had a chance to watch Tommy Orr on the Bonzini table at the Tornado World Series event about 5 weeks ago in Dallas, Texas. And he played great. He won the gold final and really played well on the Bonzini table. But Stamera able to tie it up at 2. Tommy able to brush this one through. Orr looking to steal one on Bonzini if he can. Try to come back near side, blocked up into the air and off the table by Stamera. So settle in, folks. Grab your favorite cold beverage, put your feet up. Turn up the air conditioning a little bit. It's awfully warm here, and I know it is in much of the world this time of year, second week of summer. But enjoy the show. This could be a good one. This could be one that goes right down to those final balls once again, as it did 10 years ago in Italy. Two early on. Remember, this first quarter will end when one player scores 10. We're even at 2. Tommy with a chance to give the USA the lead right here. He swings and misses. It's going to come back to him, though, isn't it? Of course it is. Clock's still running, though, and Tommy shot near side, blocked by Stamera. Nice pickup on the rebound by Tommy. Tried to jam that one into the far side, didn't execute it. And Leo with a rebound. Stamera, a man who is very good on the Tornado table, has had a chance to compete in the United States on the Tornado Tour. But when you're talking about the best Tornado players, that guy on the left side is certainly in the top 2 or 3. Here's Stamera, looking to give Luxembourg the lead. That shot is him down the middle, blocked by Yor, and grabbed on the 5 by Tommy. Tied up at 2 here in this first quarter, and Tommy nicely along that near wall. They're trying to come back near side, and Stamera is there to make the block. Kind of a cool thing for Tommy Yor that his father Tom also on the American team. And went off the outside wall. Look at Tommy get the left hand back there to keep it out. However, Stamera able to pick it up on his 3-rod. Another chance for Leonardo Stamera to give Team Luxembourg the early lead, but Tommy there again to make the block. Usually you're going to use the left hand, whether to pass or shoot on the Bonzini. Nice pass along the outside wall by Yor. Near wall by Yor, 5-3. Looking to go from the 3-rod to the back of the goal and give USA the lead, and he does. Americans up 3-2 in this opening quarter. Hopefully we can get this table straightened when we get a chance. Either way, it's Tommy with a steal and the score. He has been unstoppable so far on Tornado. He has given the Americans a 4-2 lead. Trying to go through the high lane with Stamera. Blocked back into the goal area. There have been 11 World Cups, and there's Stamera from goal. That's a big shot from Leo. It's 4-3. There have been 11 World Cups previously held, and Americans have won 6 of them. Going to make it 7 of 12 if they can win here today. Luxembourg, of course, with that win in 2015. Austria has won it twice. France once. Belgium once. Tommy tried to come near side. Looked like the hole was there. The shot wasn't. We're back over on Bonzini. Picked off that outside wall. Up here by Tommy. Almost blocked back into the goal by Yor, who has very, very quick hands. Stamera dances with the ball and has it intercepted by Yor. Tommy will set it up. Try to bring it back down the middle, blocked up into the air and off the table by Stamera, who will put it back into play. And taken away again after the turnover by Stamera. But another block by Leo. Rebound bounces to the 5 of Yor. He sends that one wide of the goal. Couldn't quite pick up the rebound. Stamera with a beautiful save. That one almost got away from him. That one down the middle, grabbed on the 5 by Yor. Still 4-3 in favor of Team USA. That one's going to squirt through along that inner wall, and Tommy Yor will call timeout. So far in the match, Tommy Yor has scored 3 of the 4 balls on Tornado. Stamera has scored 2 of the 3 on Bonzini. I think in a multi-table event, that's really, I think, one of the key statistics is how well a player does on their home table and on the opponents as well. Tommy Yor. Put it back into play. Yor tried to come back down the middle, and he does. here for one more ball on Bonzini. The impressive thing, I think, from today's action is that Luxembourg defeated the French on the Bonzini table, entirely on the Bonzini table. French always recognized as the #1 nation on that particular table, but for today and for this week, perhaps you have to go with Luxembourg, the number 11 seeds. There's Leo. That shot far side, blocked by Yor, and a beautiful snag on the 5 by Yor. Boy, their hands are just so quick in transition. A 5-3 lead for the USA early on. Tommy along that near wall. Yor strokes that one home near side. It's 6-3. Tommy has scored 3 of the 4 on Tornado. He has scored 3 of the 5 on Bonzini. Stamera has that pass blocked away by Yor. Tommy tried to come back down the middle with a left hook. Stamera was looking for it, makes the block, and Tommy is able to retrieve it. Fakes the left hook, tried to pass along the outside wall. And knocked down by Stamera. This is Yor with the left hand. Intercepted almost by Stamera all the way up the table. Tough break there for Leo as it is grabbed on the 3-rod by Yor. Tommy, and a fortunate one there, mis-execution. But it hit off the man and went in. It's 7-3 in favor of the Americans. Chance to increase the lead here for Yor. Tommy shot near side, blocked by Stamera. Unfortunately for Leo, it comes back to Tommy. Quick shot here, though, taken right back by Leonardo Stamera of Luxembourg. Already scored once from this position in the match. Takes that one across, tried to come back with a push kick, blocked away, and then grabbed on the 3 again by Yor, who's getting a lot of chances on the 3-rod. Again, another block by Stamera. Remains 7-3 here in this first quarter, this first segment. Stamera, difficulty with the ball, turns it over to Yor, who fires it back to that near side. Watch here, a little bit of a fake, and then brings it to that far side between the men. Yor's been good on both tables for that snake shot. Split the near side. Fortunate effort there. This one really nice, little fake, and then back through that split hole. So far, Tommy has scored 5 of the 6 on Tornado, while also scoring 3 of the 5 on Bonzini, and he's up 8-3. A 3 lead for the United States. Stamera needs this one. As he passes it nicely along that near side, sets it up. Rocks, looks, and strokes it home near side, showing great patience. Leonardo Stamera now cuts the lead to 8-4 with that effort. Tommy coming back. Yor shot near side, up into the air and off the table, which means Leonardo Stamera will put it back into play. The one thing that is so impressive on the Bonzini table for Tommy Orr is his ability to grab loose balls. He has a good feel for the table, which isn't always easy. Interception again here by Orr. Tommy's quick shot, blocked away, almost able to grab the rebound. It's picked up by Stamera. Leonardo's going to shoot from back here. That one wide and then in. That was a big goal from Leonardo Stamera. It's now 8-5. Tommy back on the tornado. If he gets both of these, it'll be the end of the quarter. Not had a lot of success with the left hook and then stubs it back into his own goal. 8-6 now. Try to come back down the middle, blocked in, taken away by Stamera. And a warning here maybe for the Luxembourg bench from Wolfgang Breuer. When the ball is in play, I think please do not coach, do not really say anything. Stamera will put the ball back into play. Sends that one up the table. Oh, beautiful save there. And somehow York got the left hand back there to keep it out. And very few players make that block. Maybe he and Tony Sprademan. Todd Lafredo used to be really good at that. York fires it back down the middle. That tap middle has been very successful for him throughout the week. It's now 9-6. Bonzini. Bonzini is really what has been keeping Leonardo Stamera in the match. He has scored 5 of the 7 goals on this table. Only with 6 of the 8 on Tornado. Six lead for Team USA. Nice grab there by Stamera. That ball probably would have rolled to the 3-rod of York. Shot down the middle on goal by Stamera. York with the block will now use the left hand. Picked off the inside wall. And then sent in with a 5 by Stamera. 9-7. So Leonardo Stamera has fought back nicely. Again, both players performing better on their home tables so far. Picked up nicely off that back wall by Stamera. Can cut the USA lead to 1. Leo. Call timeout. 9-7 lead here in the first quarter for the USA. Nice catch by Tommy. Nice reactions there by Stamera. Watch. He angles it in with a 5. Great hand speed on both sides of the table. Referee Wolfgang Breuer says, let's play. Stamera will put it back into play. Leo. Trying to come down the middle, blocked and taken away by York. Who angles that one towards the goal. Stamera ready for it, made the block. Smetter again will step back there and attempt to score the ball from the 2-rod. Ingles that one on goal. The spin carries it back towards the goal, but Tommy calmly keeps it out. And uses the left hand to send it down the middle to his 5. Goes from the 2 to the 5. 5 to the 3. Now looking to go from the 3 to the back of the goal and close out the first quarter. But first, he'll call time out. Tommy talking with his mentor, his original mentor, Tony Sprademan. Nobody understands Tommy's game better than Tony, and vice versa. That is some inside foosball right there, folks. As Tommy will put the ball back into play on Bonzini and look to close out this opening quarter. Tried to take it out to that far side, blocked away, sent back the other way with the left hand, then knocked in with a 3 again. The quick hands of Tommy Orr, as he's able to be there in order to knock that one in. That was kind of an amazing play by Orr. The USA leads 10-7 after the first quarter. It's the 2025 Copa del Mundo here in Zaragoza, Spain, the World Cup final, the Men's World Cup final. Congratulations to the Bulgarian women who won the women's side of things. Stameta fought, but it was Tommy who came out on top 10-7. You are allowed to substitute in this format as we look at some of those first quarter stats. As I say, you can substitute once you get to 5 or 15 or 25 or 35 in a specific quarter. However, I don't really anticipate any substitutions during the course of this match. The USA has Tom Orr over on their bench, along with Blake Robertson and Kane Gabriel. Luxembourg has Michael Correa and Ricardo Rodriguez Pinto on their bench, should they need them. But as I say, I think these teams are going to go with their starting lineups throughout. We're going to go to doubles now. It's going to be Terry Rue and Brandon Moreland versus Carlos Ribeiro and Christopher Diaz. Many of you may recognize Carlos da Silva Ribeiro. Start the second quarter on the USA table, the Tornado. right, second quarter underway. Christopher Diaz. Another player with a very good tornado game, shooting against Moreland. With Brandon there to make the block and grab the rebound. First chance here in the finals area on tables 1 and 2 to see Terry Rue of the United States. The match we did yesterday in the quarterfinals, it was Kane Gabriel in the lineup, and Kane actually started the American effort strongly in the first quarter playing singles. Tommy York played doubles with his third place finishing doubles partner, Brandon Moreland. Terry Rue getting some early opportunities here. Another one. It slows things down just a little bit here. Terry, so energetic always. Look inside here, let's see. Now he goes down the middle with a pull shot. It's 11-7. Moreland. The pass along the outside wall. Terry wasn't there to grab it on the 3. Does pick it up on the 5. Carlos brushing it up the table, just looking to clear the zone. See if Moreland chooses to get offensive. He does try to shoot it. Turns into a pass to Terry. And Rue finds the straight hole. Bonzini we go. The American team is so strong on Tornado that you feel like the Luxembourg team has to be equally strong, at least on the Bonzini table. And again, it's oftentimes which player, which team is better on the opponent's table. And Team Luxembourg does have some guys with experience on Tornado, and of course this man, very experienced. Carlos da Silva Ribeiro fires that one home from goal. On Bonzini. 12-8. Terry Rue shooting a pull shot. The split is off in there if you can hit it, but he misses it, and it's jammed in with a 5 by Diaz. 12-9. Americans with both goals on the Tornado in this second quarter. Team Luxembourg has scored both of the goals on Bonzini. Carlos is going to set it up in the center. Looks like he's trying to bank the ball there. Always a good strategy almost on any table. And try to go on that inside wall bank, picked up nicely by Rue. Terry's long pull shot. Carlos not giving it to him. The rebound comes all the way back to Christopher Diaz. Shoot the snake shot. Shot far side, gets through and in. It's 12-10. One ankle towards the goal, kept out here by the veteran Carlos Ribeiro. Carlos is going to be smart back there, you know that. Doesn't have a lot of experience on Tornado, but certainly always going to play smartly. Going to clear the ball, to play good defense. And again, Diaz there to take it away. Looking to get both of them on the tornado table. And he does. It's 12-11. Back to Monzini we go. Terry Rue. The key here for shooting a pull shot on Monzini, the ball has to be kind of on the forward part of the rod, and the split is going to be there much of the time, and Terry does find that split hole on that effort. Americans back up by 2 at 13-11, but Diaz able to pick this one up, set it up against Moreland. And stroke it home with authority. Beautiful shot by Christopher Diaz. 13-12. And a rolling pull shot by Terry Rue. Puts the Americans up by 2 once again. Lateral speed on Terry's shot really looking good today. Carlos has been excellent defensively, and then the steal here by Rue. And a straight home. Americans get both on the tornado table. They've gotten 4 of the 6 so far. Back to Monzini we come, and it is Brandon Moreland in the forward position here. And this one taken away by Diaz, who has played very well here in this second quarter. Christopher Diaz. Takes a lot of time and then calls time out. United States leading 15-12. Thanks to passes like that and shots like that. Carlos has been effective offensively, as he always is. Christopher Diaz has played very well in this second element, this second quarter. And Diaz will shoot against Rue. And stroke it home or to that far side. That sounded like it went in. They're saying no. Let's look at it again. We need that other angle to really see. Even that was tough to tell. Yeah, maybe not. Look at that. Oh, that is close. That looks like a post and a man. Yeah. Despite the sound, I think that probably did not go in. Let's see what referee Wolfgang Breuer says. I think initially he said no goal. We're still at 15-12.
Yeah, that's just the score. It's 15-12, right? I don't know, John. Just tell me when to stop playing. Yeah, we cannot if we're not. Oh, okay.
And do they want to see the replay again? I think they want to maybe look at the replay again. Let's see. Yeah, let's look at it one more time. Maybe not. Okay. Stays at 15-12. This is Terry Rue at forward. Carlos. Actually, they did apparently score that goal. It's 15-13. Okay. It did sound like it went in. Rue. Waiting out the split, but Carlos not showing it to him and then taking it away, knowing that he was looking for that. That is smart defense, and the rebound comes back to Diaz. And cut the lead to 1. There's the block up into the air and off the table by Brandon Moreland. Also a great goalie. All right, so they did judge that that one went in. It was awfully close. Looked like it could have hit the post. Looked like maybe it crossed the goal line. Great replay from the guys at ITSF TV. Here's Rue. Carlos not going to give him the split, but he is going to give him the long. Can't post up a pull shooter on a Bonzini. The hole's too big. Terry found it. The Americans back on top, 16-13. Diaz along the wall. And he, along with Leonardo Stamera, both really good Tornado players. Shot attempt blocked by Moreland. Back the other way. Eventually grabbed it again on the 5 by Diaz. Goes nicely through that high lane. Then loses it straight back to the 3 rod of Rue. Terry likes to set it well behind the rod on his pull shot on Tornado. And then finds that hole down the middle, waited for the switch into that standard defense. Exploited it. 17-13. Christoph Diaz, Leonardo Stamera, 2 players who I think we've been watching since they were young teenagers. They've come up to become 2 of the strongest players on the Luxembourg team. I believe they were both members of that team 10 years ago, even as young players. Certainly Carlos da Silva Ribeiro was. Steve Diaz was the coach. Many of these Luxembourg players were part of that team back in 2015 that won the gold medal. And both the Luxembourg players agreed that went in, and the official eventually did as well. There's a dead man from Terry Rue. But again, the dead man on a Bonzini table is pretty good size. Terry also effective with that split down the middle. Right now it's the USA 17, it's Luxembourg 13. US led after the opening quarter, 10-7. It's 7-6 so far here in quarter number 2 in favor of the American doubles team. Moreland trying to bring that one across with a pull kick. Blocked by Carlos. Carlos tried to make it off the outside wall. One thing this series does do, it allows you to clear the ball quite often, although not on this effort as he turns it over to Rue. Terry, as it said, just a little forward of that. Rue, that long pull shot. Carlos out there to make the block. So Carlos is going to switch to a pull shot series. So brings it across, comes around it, swings and misses. And trying to make it off that front pin. Another chance for Rue. How do you do? Terry Rue, it's 18-13. Back to Bonzini we go. 8-6, the Americans have outscored them in this second quarter. Moreland in the forward position. Terry Rue back there defensively. Christopher Diaz set it up and tried to get Luxembourg going here in this second quarter. Shot attempt to look up into the air and off the table. This is Rue up the table, wide of the goal. Rebound all the way back to Diaz. 18-13, USA. Make it 18-14 as Diaz finds the near side. Rue back to forward. Moreland back to goal. Terry can't connect through the high lane, picked up here by Carlos. Off the outside wall and in beautifully for Carlos Ribeiro. Had it on that front pin. And outside bank makes it 18-15. And here comes Luxembourg. Back over to the Tornado we head. Next up, it'll be Ryan Moore versus Fabio Ferreira in that third element singles match. Holding pull shot. Carlos posts him up, makes the block. Sends that one down the middle. Moreland. I gotta watch out for the big pull kick from Brandon Moreland. Instead, the pull shot down the middle is on goal, but Carlos is there to make the block. Grab the rebound. Tried that inside bank. It slides wide of the goal. Moreland with another chance. Three-goal lead for the Americans here in the second element, the second quarter of this match. Carlos continuing to attempt banks. He's not missing by much. Final match of the 2025 ITSF World Cup here in Zaragoza. What an amazing week of table soccer it has been. Moreland and Carlos can't contain it. Terry with a rolling pull shot. It's at 19-15. And the timeout called here by Christopher Diaz. .15 lead for the Americans as Christopher Diaz will look to advance the ball 5-3. Taken away by Rue. Terry couldn't hold on to the pass. We're going to get a call here, I think. Terry, you saw Terry look up. There was definitely a jar as Diaz chased the ball on that 5-row. With a chance now to close out quarter number 2. Go straight. Carlos stayed home to make the block. To Silva to Ribeiro. He's going to spin back and roll to a dead stop. Still 19-15. USA in the lead. We're on the Tornado table. Close to the end of quarter number 2. Moreland. Goal over the pull shot. Get the sense that maybe Brandon is setting up that big pull kick of his with a few inside pull shots. As Carlos again looks at the banks, got it through, and Diaz will be able to pick it up. Christopher Diaz. Shot attempt. After the spin, we put back into play by Terry Rue. Diaz hovers over the ball, rushes it through. Another big possession here. Diaz of Luxembourg. See that standard defense, that shaking defense. You saw Diaz try to time it. Moreland was there to make the block. And then slammed in here by Moreland, and that's the end of the second quarter. Robert Mares sprinted over there about something. 20-15. 20-16. I think it's 2015. Right now they have it at 2016. I think it's 16. It's 2016 is the score. Nope, they've gone back to 2015. So indeed, it is 2015, and that's kind of what Robbie was saying when he sprinted over there at the end of that. To make sure they knew what the correct score was. And now this should be a very interesting matchup in quarter number 3 in singles. It's Fabio Ferreira versus Ryan Moore. And Ferreira's got some work to do with Luxembourg down by 5 goals. After the first half of this match. Hope everyone's enjoying our coverage of the 2025 ITSF World Cup, both at ITSF TV and at Inside Foos. I know many of you watching probably were here this week and kind of checking in on things. Maybe you're back home, maybe you're traveling. But I think everyone in agreement that this was a great World Cup event here in Zaragoza. Certainly one of the nicest cities this event has ever been held in. United States leading 20-15. There you see Ryan Moore, a great American player. Looking very focused. Getting warmed up on the Bonzini table. Tony Spredeman standing in the back there, just observing. Tony's such a strategist, a tactician. Great asset to the American team. If you need some inside advice, he's the guy to go to. The American players, of course, Coach Rob Mares as well, the spark plug of the American table soccer international scene for so long. Tony looking to add another gold medal to his collection here this week. And his partner Rob Mares, of course, the multi-table doubles champions. Looks like Ryan's warming up the pull shot. Bonzini table perfectly square on camera. I wish the Tornado one was as well. And Ryan straightening it. Nope, just getting the ball. All right, Fabio Ferreira entering from the right. A great Luxembourg player. Great multi-table player, as you will see. Tornado and an outstanding Bonzini player. Luxembourg trailing 20-15. Fabio will put the ball into play. Opening up the third quarter. Starting on the Bonzini table. Fabio with the first scoring opportunity of segment number 3. Third quarter. Ryan mixing it up defensively. Fabio looking for the hole. Try to come short side. Blocked by Ryan. Ferreira again. Finds the hole. Stay for 2 here since we completed the last quarter with 2 on Tornado. Moore through the high lane. Ryan will shoot the pull shot. He gets a good set. Try to bring it down the middle. You know, I always would tell pull shooters on Bonzini, because of the narrowness of the man's foot, the size of the goal, that shoot one straight, shoot one long, and then look for that split constantly. Let them know you're willing to go straight. Let them know you're willing to go long, and then hit that split. However, Fabio Ferreira very aware of that, and a beautiful left-handed effort with the 2-rod. So Ferreira gets both of them on the Bonzini table. It's 20-17. And this is a great Bonzini player versus a great Tornado player. These players figure to hold on their home tables. Ryan's on his home table with the Americans up by 3. But a steal here by Ferreira. Still just so remarkable that these players can make the adjustment so quickly from one table to the other, especially when it's only 2 balls at a time. That's one of the things that makes this multi-table format so great, so exciting. But watch out for Ryan back here, of course. Going to go with a push series from goal. Brings that pull kick back down the middle on goal. Stabbed wide of the goal with a 5 by Ferreira. Picked up here by Moore. Again, still 20-17 in favor of the USA. they've had a small cushion throughout. Ferreira, some good defense. Ryan persistent with that push series. And he is eventually able to find the hole. Not sure whether he should go to the next table or not. He should not. Ryan tried, and then finally able to successfully utilize that short push shot from goal. Ferreira can't connect on the pass. So both players holding so far. Ferreira got 2 on Bonzini. Ryan's got 1 so far on the Tornado. Going to spin. Oh, Ryan knocked it back to his own goal area. And Ryan switches to his stronger pull series back here. He does. Brings that one across with a pull kick, blocked with a 5 of Ferreira. Picked up again by Ryan. Ryan's push kick attempt rolls through to his 3-rod. Ryan Moore looking to increase the Americans' lead. They're up 21-17. Moore will walk the snake shot. Try to come near side. Ferreira over there to make the block. That one came all the way around. Ryan had it briefly on the 3-rod. We'll have it again here. Looks like he's going to shoot the pull shot on Tornado. Got to watch for this. You got to watch for that John Wayne. You got to watch for that long pull shot. The Americans back up by 5 at 22-17 as Ryan gets both balls on Tornado, and back to Bonzini we come. Both players holding so far on their home tables. Ferreira. Such a brilliant ball handler on this table. He dances with it. That shot attempt blocked and taken away by Moore. Ryan will put the men up. He's going to step back and try to score, since that one like a bank attempt. This is challenging oftentimes for non-pin shooting players to get on a Bonzini table and have success shooting the ball from the 2-rod. First of all, the men rarely stay up. You end up using a left hand or a right hand with a left hand on a different rod, as Ryan tried there. Sometimes the most successful ploy on this table for any player, unless you're an outstanding pin shooter from goal, is to use the left hand. There's a bank, though, off the outside wall. Maybe we spoke too soon, as Ryan was able to slam it at 3/4. For the first time in this 3rd quarter, we have a break. Ryan scores on Bonzini. 23-17 as he increases the American lead to 6. I don't think you're ever going to find a better second half, if you will, group of players than the Americans have. Hold on, we've got a call. A lot of movement during the course of that ball, rolling around everywhere. You see Wolfgang Breuer discussing with Marcel Glaus, who is the timer here, but also a very good official in his own right, referee, head referee. Looks like this ball is going to be awarded to Ryan on the 5. Apparently a jar in the middle of all of that. Fabio says, okay, I guess so. But when you look at that American team, and you're closing with Ryan Moore, and then you're closing with Tony Spreadman and Robert Mares, right now the best doubles team in the world. It's a tough chore for any team to overcome. And the John Wayne on the Bonzini. (24-17). I need a big pull shot from Ryan Moore to straighten out this table. It's Ferreira. after Ryan scores both on Bonzini. We return to Tornado. Fabio needs, you would think, at least one of these. Americans reached the final 3 years ago at the last World Cup in Nantes, losing to Austria, but have responded well here this week and are in control. And there's the traditional John Wayne. (25-17). Americans up by 8, in control in this World Cup final. This one's starting to get away from Luxembourg. Of course, they also have a very strong finishing team in Steve Diaz, Bruno Gonçalves. There's Ryan. And a pick up here by Fabio. He needs this one. Shooting the snake, but then loses the ball. We talked about the fact that maybe this is the Americans' weakest table, perhaps, although they certainly have some guys who can really play on Bonzini. Then you look at Luxembourg, and despite the fact they have a couple of guys who are really good on Tornado, Christopher Diaz and Leonardo Stamera, it may not be a great table for them to have to compete against as well.
Das ist einfach zu viel, was macht. Nur schau. Schon den Bonzini wird für dich. Dieser Satz hier auf der Tribüne. Bewegt den ganzen Tisch. Schau, wie der Bonzini steht. Schau da. Der Bonzini steht. Der Tornado steht. Und jetzt den Tisch. Einmal hintereinander.
Good job by Ryan, trying to straighten the table. Carlos Ribeiro out there having a conversation about something, and he keeps pointing up to the screen, not sure what, with Marcel Glaus. You know, as somebody who has worked in video production, foosball video production for many years, I was always correcting the table, moving it back into position. It's just something as producers we do, and I know ITSF TV also has been concerned with it all week, and it's not easy to do. It gets moved, especially with a big, strong man like Ryan Moore. Meanwhile, not sure what that discussion was about. The score is correct, 25-17. Wolfgang Breuer says, let's play ball. And here we go. That's a little better. Fabio Ferreira will put the ball into play. 8-goal lead for the United States, make it 9. As Ferreira inadvertently knocking it back into his own goal. 26-17. Ryan Moore 6-2 here in this third quarter, outscoring Fabio Ferreira and doing it on both tables. But it's Ryan Moore, folks. He's a multi-table champion. One of many really superstars of the sport on this American team. Nice pickup off the back wall by Ferreira. See if Fabio can get Team Luxembourg going here as he walks that ball around. Fakes. And then trying to come near side wide of the goal. Rebound comes back to him. Ferreira again. Ryan there defensively. Ryan will call timeout. Beautiful left-handed little pull shot there from Ferreira. He needs more of that. Ryan with a push shot from goal to that short corner. Big pull shot for Moore. Outside bank off a man. Sean Wayne. Ball put back into play, 26-17 in favor of the United States. Saw Ryan using the right hand, trying to hold that 5-row up with the left. Now hoping they stay up as he steps back to shoot it. Full kick down the middle, taken away by Ferreira. Fabio. Ryan defending. Not a lot of defensive movement, but smart movement by Ryan. The hold seemed to be there, and Fabio just missed it. Taken away by Moore. Brings it off the wall. And that's illegal. Can't do that. Not allowed anymore, I don't think, to jar it off the wall. Let's see. Let's see what the warning is. Let's see if they can make the call. Just a warning, I believe. Ryan nicely through that high lane. Set up the pull shot. And again, the John Wayne. 10-goal lead for the United States. They're up 27-17. It has been 7-2 here in this third quarter in favor of Ryan Moore. Big time performance by one of the great players in the world.
Und da das auch bitte weg. Hey, 3 timeouts para ti. No, it's not a timeout. That's the play to clear it.
27-17 lead for the Americans. Again, Ryan's been doing it on both tables. He's outscored Fabio Ferreira 7-2 here in this third quarter. Ferreira's shot attempt taken away. At one point in this match, it was 15-12 in favor of the Americans. Since then, 12-5, and pretty close to putting this thing away. It's just such a big deficit to overcome. Again, that's 3 of those. 28-17. Dominant performance for Moore here in quarter number 3. What's he going to do here? Again. This time with a little fake. He hit that corner. 29-17. Overwhelming performance. 9-2 here in quarter number 3 for Moore. And we've got one more ball on Tornado. 10-2. And that's the end of the third quarter. As Ryan Moore and Team USA now just 10 goals away from their 7th World Cup title in 12 years or in 12 events. After Ryan Moore puts on a show here in the third quarter, 10-2 over Fabio Ferreira. He was ready to keep playing. And that was it for the quarter. And now, stepping to the table, you've got the two-time ITSF men's doubles champions, and Tony Spredeman and Robert Mares. Not necessarily a perfectionist, but I like a good squared up table on camera. There's the 2 goals that Ferreira scored in that third quarter. The rest of them were all Ryan Moore. Push to the near corner. One long pull shot and a whole bunch of Mr. Wayne's. Monsieur Wayne. Look at that. Little fake there. What a performance from Ryan Moore in quarter number 3. The Americans in good position to win their 7th World Cup title. They need 10 goals. Luxembourg needs 23. And it's hard to imagine Tony Spredeman and Robert Mares getting outscored 23-15 or 16. It would have to be 23-8 or 9. There you see the great Tony Spredeman and Robert Mares, 2 of the greatest players in the history of American table soccer, and certainly Tony Spredeman's case, one of the great players in the history of international table soccer as well. And you can say the same about Robert Mares, who is going for his 7th gold medal. He's been a member of every gold medal winning team for the USA. If you've never seen Rob Mares' trophy room, it's impressive. Just if you have a chance, if you've never seen the movie Foosballers, and I'm not sure it's available all around the world. Well, there's a segment in that movie where they visit Rob in his foosball room, his foosball area, and the trophies and the tables and the awards and the photos. It's remarkable. Tommy Orr defeated Leonardo Samara 10-7. Ruin Moreland over Ribeiro and Diaz 10-8. And Ryan Moore 10-2 over Fabio Ferreira. As we move to the final segment, the final quarter, the final element of the 2025 ITSF World Cup. An event that started on Monday with a monster DYP and is concluding tonight with the men's World Cup final. Congratulations to the ITSF, to the Spanish Federation, to the city of Zaragoza for a wonderful event here in Spain this final week of June in 2025. For me, it's been a great pleasure to be here, to return to the World Cup after a 6-year absence, and hopefully it's not my last. I had a great time here with my family, a great time watching the best table soccer players in the world compete at the highest level in the greatest of circumstances. Here you see Steve Diaz hoping to bring Team Luxembourg back into this with partner Bruno Gonçalves. But again, it's Spredeman and Mares. Folks, I'm going to monitor the Facebook Messenger a little bit longer if you have any questions, anything else. Yeah, it's great to see some of the new countries involved with this event here this weekend. So Chile, Colombia, Nepal. But monitoring Facebook Messenger if you have any questions, comments, anything else, here for a little bit longer. And right now, the officials have left the arena for some reason, and that's kind of what we're waiting for. The crowd not happy about it. You hear the whistling. There's a discussion taking place just off to the side here. Wolfgang Breuer. The other officials, Rob Mares, going over wondering what's going on. And this is twice now where it has become more about the officials than it has about the game taking place. Shout out to Rex Bennett watching in the United States. Thank you, Rex. Again, I'm not sure what the delay is. But continuity of a match is important. It's more important oftentimes than solving a problem that perhaps could be solved after the match is over, whether it's I don't know of anything that would pertain to this match. More of a philosophical rules discussion. But it just feels like, on a couple of occasions, that the referee has made it a little more about the referees than about the players and the sport itself. Another official coming over during what's happening. Just off camera. You can't see the officials. They've gathered just off camera to the right. And again, I have no idea what this conversation could possibly be about. All right, here they come. Are we bringing in 3 officials? That's what we need, more officials. Officials should be invisible. It's hard for them to be invisible with those striped shirts, but you understand what I'm saying. Don't become part of the match. So we are now going to have 3 referees. Wolfgang Breuer, Marcel Glaus, and Maxime Blanc. I'm going to assume there were 2 main referees and a timer here. I'm not sure I've ever seen this before. As we get the 4th quarter underway, Steve Diaz on his home table, the Bonzini, going up against Tony Spreiteman and Robert Mares. Of course, Steve with his partner Bruno Gonçalves. Steve, an outstanding Bonzini player. Fires that home, far side. Very compact shooting style, very good at selecting holes. It's now 30-17. Beautiful grab on the 3-rod by Diaz. Looking to get both on Bonzini. Against Mares. Steve fires it home near side. So just like that, 2 from Team Luxembourg. I believe it's 30-19, 30-18. All right. Onto the tornado table. Tony quickly converting far side against Gonçalves. 31-19. Again, at this stage of the match, the Luxembourg team must get every goal on Bonzini and pretty much every goal on Tornado as well. 3/4 of them at least. And Tony gets both of them here. 32-19 as we head down the stretch of this match with 3 officials. Diaz taken away by Tony, rather by Mares, and Mares will bring Tony back to that forward position. Watch Steve Diaz to the far side. Steve also hit one after that to the near. Tony will return to the forward position, dig it off that outside wall, gently forward, then back, and just sort of find a spot where you can pin it. And he does finally get it off the wall. That pass attempt, Diaz got a piece of it. It comes back to Gonçalves. Shout out to Mr. Bill Ray, watching in Chicago, I assume. And there's Tony on the Bonzini, firing this one home. 33-19. Spreiteman again, looking to get both of them on Bonzini. And he does, right back down the middle. Spreiteman with an answer. Americans up by 15 in what has been an extraordinary performance across the board from this great American team. Steve Diaz. Diaz has competed in the USA on the Tornado Tour a time or 2. That shot attempt gets through and in for Steve. 34-20. Spreiteman walking it. Got to come near side, posting him up nicely to make the block with Gonçalves. Rebound comes back to Mares. Maybe look at that pass along the outside wall. That's what Robbie was looking to do. And up the table to Tony. Spreiteman. Attempt again, that same defense from Gonçalves with a block. Tony fends on the left hook, which brings the ball back to Diaz. quick flip over, taken back by Mares. Diaz looking to get a possession against Sprademan. Tony takes it away. Takes it across the table and doesn't execute the pass. Picked up here by Bruno. You see both Steve Diaz, Bruno Gonçalves utilizing the pin series on this table. Not easy to do unless you're Frederic Collignon, of course, in the forward position, but really at goal is not a table where you're going to be real successful shooting the front pin. Mares looking to feed Tony. It's 35-20. Back over to Bonzini we go. Back to the Luxembourg home table to Bonzini. Sprademan knocks down a couple of passes and they come back to Bruno. Gonçalves wide of the goal. Stabbed towards the goal by Tony's 5. Gonçalves again. Gets it up to his partner Diaz. The Americans up by 15, 35-20 in this World Cup final. Diaz finding that hole down the middle, making it 35-21. Americans needing just 5 goals to win the championship for a 7th time. That shot near side, taken away by Mares. And Robbie from goal. 36-21. Maybe a kind of a quick stat. The Americans are 90% of the way towards victory, towards 40 goals. Luxembourg just over 50%. That's the difference in the match right now. 90% to just over 50. And firing it home here is Diaz. 35-22. $36-22. Give you an idea of the American dominance here this weekend, or this week. Got to buy in the first round, of course. Faced Lithuania and won 40-16 in the round of 16. Quarterfinals, Canada played them tough. Canada's played them tougher than anybody, and 40-34, relatively close. 40-31 in a match that really wasn't as close as that score seems to indicate. And then here, it's 22 for Luxembourg. So Team Canada can feel pretty good about the fact that they played the USA tougher than anybody did here this week. Another pass, Mares to Sprademan. Tony fires it home far side. It's 37-22. The Americans just 3 goals away from the World Cup title. Steve Diaz along the wall. And was able to cut that one back to the short side. And a smattering of applause from the Luxembourg fans. And Tony answers with that shot near side, 38-23. Back to Tornado we go. The Americans could close it out on this table unless Steve scores this one. And he does. Nicely done. 38-24, which guarantees we will head over to the Bonzini table at least one more time. Trying to get a call here, but it's a non-call. There would have been a call, apparently. But instead, no harm, no foul, and Tony will set it up. It's match point, championship point for the United States. Back to Bonzini we go. What a testament it would be if it happens, and it may not, but what a testament it would be for the United States to win a World Cup by playing on the Bonzini table, a table that gave them trouble for years. And that one blocked off the outside wall and in. 39-25. Here's Tony. Bouncing. Rushing it along the outside wall, a chance to win it right here for Sprederman, who sets it up against Bruno Gonçalves. And strokes it home, and there it is. The United States, for the 7th time in 12 World Cups, has claimed the title of the best team in the world, as they win the 2025 World Cup here in Zaragoza, Spain. What a great performance from this great team. From top to bottom, a team loaded with great Tornado players, great multi-table players. Tremendous performance in the third quarter from Ryan Moore. Tony Sprederman and Robert Mares closed the deal. But on this week, on this day in 2025 in Zaragoza, Spain, the United States is number one. Once again, great job by the ITSF, by the Spanish Federation. Congratulations as well to the city of Zaragoza, our hosts for this outstanding week of table soccer in Spain. Another wonderful event. It doesn't get any better than this if you're a foosball fan, if you're a foosball player. And there you see the champs once again, Team USA. Coach Rob Mares, who has been a part of every gold medal effort for the United States, talking to the guys. It's always positive with Robbie. It's all good. And there's a bunch of guys happy to have won the gold medal once again. Still to come, folks, the award ceremony for the men's team event, and we'll have that for you here in just a few minutes.
right. 2 points. They are. And it's still 2 left for Orlando. Do this. Nana's still smiling.
Wow.
There it is.
Oh my God, I'm so happy for him.
Oh my God. There it is, the split. He is the world champion.
Please welcome Mr. Farindulas, President of the ITSF. And Mr. Thomas Fernandez, representing the Spanish Federation. And Mr. Maxime Blanc. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce the top 3 finishers in the men's national team competition. Starting with our 3rd place finishers, the national team of Switzerland. Please welcome our 2nd place finishers, the national team of Luxembourg.
Sushi time.